All right, good morning. The Park Board is called to order. Today is Monday, December 16, 2024. The time is 9:01 a.m. I'd like to ask the recording secretary, please call the roll.
Chair Renata,
Present.
Chucky Tilley,
Present.
Carolyn Bateman,
Present.
P. Freeman,
Present.
Steve Prater.
Present.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, our first item under regular business on our agenda this morning is review and approval of the minutes from our Monday, November 18th, 2024 regular meeting. Those are included in your packet and you have a hard copy before you. Are there any corrections? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the minutes from the November 18th meeting as presented.
I second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Stapleton, a second by Mr. Tillis to approve the minutes. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the minutes from Monday, November 18th are approved. Next agenda item is consideration of applications for clemency. Mr. Freeman.
Okay, I have a motion in the interest of efficiency for today's lengthy docket. I move to invoke the 3-minute rule today for all speakers, both in favor and in opposition.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Freeman, second by Mr. Prater to invoke the 3-minute rule today for all speakers. Is there any opposition to that motion? Hearing none, that motion is approved. So we'll impose a 3-minute rule on all speakers, either for or in opposition. So we are ready for our first case, and that would be Mr. David DiMaggio. Come on in. Come on. Go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning, Mr. DiMaggio. How are you today?
I'm doing good. I'm hard of hearing.
Okay, well, speak up. How's that? Is that better?
Thank you.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
My name and what?
A mailing address.
My name is David DiMaggio. My address is 320 Home Street, Wagaman, Louisiana, 70094.
Okay. So, Mr. DiMaggio, let me acknowledge your guest here today. Well, on Zoom, we have your employer, Mr. Jim Barry, your son, Dustin, your daughter, Rain, and here with you in Baton Rouge, we have Jesus Hernandez, Todd Ecker, Joni Baldessaro, I apologize. And also joining us by Zoom today is Mr. Randall Meyer, who will be speaking also at the appropriate time. So it's my understanding that Rain, Todd, and David will be speaking, Jim, Rain, and Todd will be speaking on your behalf.
Correct.
So we will call on them at the appropriate time. First, let me just read some identifiers into the record, sir. You are David DiMaggio. Your DOC number is 733465. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Jefferson Parish in May of 2018 for convictions: attempted possession of a firearm while possessing a controlled dangerous substance, manufacture of marijuana, possession of methamphetamine, possession with intent to distribute LSD, possession with intent to distribute cocaine, possession of tramadol, possession without a prescription of cyclobenzaprine, and possession with intent to distribute MDMA. You received 1-year DOC sentence on each of those counts, and that all ran concurrently. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So tell us, Mr. DiMaggio, why are you seeking a pardon? Why do you need a pardon? And why do you think we should vote favorably for you today?
First, yes, I do know what I did was wrong. What I did was in a matter of hardship. I was in 2 major car accidents within 20 days of each other, and I really wasn't able to work. Being a single parent, especially as a man, I would try to get help. I got no help whatsoever. So I had to go to desperate measures of trying to provide for my family. It was not my long-term career. This wasn't anything that I had been done. I've been no trouble the rest of my life with this dire circumstances, not being able to work. I had to do something to feed my family, keep it. Why I would like a pardon is there are things that I'm not eligible. I'd like to get a passport. I'd like to travel. There's certain things that I'd like to get married, but because that she has things that she wants to do in her life, that being married to a felon, it limits her. Since I've been out, I've been a very productive member of society, been in no trouble, I've held a steady job, just like the rest of my life. I've been good. I've helped people. I was in a bad spot. I had to do what I had to do. And made some bad choices. I hope not to be punished the rest of my life for that.
Okay. Well, we'd like to hear from the folks that want to speak on your behalf before we start our interview. So first, could we hear from Rain? Is she on the call?
Oh,
Right.
hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi. So I'd just like to say David DiMaggio is my stepdad, but I've only ever known him as a father. He's a hardworking, dedicated, reliable, and respectable man. However, he's a family man first. The free time that his job allowed was spent with his children as we were growing up. He has always been a structured parent, making sure we got what we needed for school and talking to all of our teachers. Regardless, he knew how to have fun with his kids. He would do memorable things to make vacations and holidays more fun, and he always has a joke. I remember him contributing as part of the Parent Teacher Association by setting up stages and booths for our school fairs. He was the dad to be there in any event. He's the father figure many have called for advice. He's the friend people look to for that helping hand, knowing he would never turn anyone away. My dad goes above and beyond for his family as well as for those that become family to him. David has impeccable work ethic. He excels at any job, task, or hobby he's ever had. He is truly an asset to his employers. Lastly, David DiMaggio is dependable. He is the backbone of our family, yet he has never expressed in the slightest that it is a burden to him. He has no friends, family, or acquaintances that have anything negative to say about him. However, an abundance of people would speak of him the way I have. Thank you for your time. I hope these words will help illustrate just a fraction of my dad's good nature and the impact he has had on mine and many others' lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate your words.
Yeah.
Could we hear now from Todd Ecker?
Stay right here.
That'd be fine.
Okay, well, I'm David's cousin. David is a hardworking person. He is an honest person. He did have a lapse in judgment and make a terrible mistake. I think we can all agree on that because we're here right now. He's learned from that mistake. He did get gainful employment. He's been with that job really since he got out. And he's done very well with it, moved up the ranks within that company. He's a productive member of society, tax-paying member of society, has remained out of trouble ever since. Prior to that, very much a reliable person within the family. He's a good guy. He just made a mistake.
All right. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you being here today. And speaking of the employer, we'd like to hear from Mr. Jim Barry. You're still on mute, sir.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. My name's Jim. David started working for us probably right when he got out, and it's kind of funny because we do installation work of all sorts of sanitation dispensers, grocery stores, schools, all that, hospitals, all that stuff. Very important. You have to interact with the customer and understand how to put things up properly, and sometimes things don't always go the way they are supposed to go. David was quite surprised, I guess, when we hired him, because we knew of his background, but I believe everyone deserves a second chance. So David since then has been one of our best employees. We use him now to train people, to lead jobs. He's very thorough, takes his time, very calm. And one thing I'll say is David's always like, okay, this is holding us up, this is wrong, but let's get the job done. We're gonna make it work. He always seems to find a way to be able to do that calmly and with no problems and keeping in mind that we have to keep that customer happy. So um I truly believe that David is a great member of society and has a lot to offer to everybody. And if this pardon would help him along in his ways in the rest of his life, then I do think he's very deserving of it. And I look forward to having him work with us for a long time. So um we really appreciate everything he does do, way above and beyond. So that's about all I can say. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us this morning. Today, we'd like to also hear, or at this time rather, Mr. Randy Meyer from the DA's office.
Good morning, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA in Jefferson Parish. I don't know, about 3 or 4 administrations ago, we kind of were looking at these pardon requests for individuals who've been out of jail and essentially all of them had completed their sentences, and kind of came up with a rule of thumb of about 10 years crime-free once someone has completed their sentence. And at that point, we would strongly consider, and our position from our office would be that, generally we would not oppose that request. Mr. DiMaggio's case, it was 2018 is when he pled guilty, got a year sentence. This is the only offense that I see on his record, but my only opposition is based on the fact that it's been 6 years and not the 10 years that we like to see. So that's our position this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Right, Mr. DiMaggio, your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater, so he'll start the interview process.
Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Well, thank you for coming down here. Thank all your witnesses and your folks present. Y'all, we appreciate your input in these huge decisions that we have to make. David, I'm not gonna prolong this by asking you to go over the different charges and things, because we all of us on the board have the records and all of that. Unless I hear something from some of my other board members as they go along, it's going to be a tough sell for me to grant you this pardon because of the length of time since the offense was committed, the number of offenses that were included, and the fact that a firearm was present, 2 firearms were present at the time. So I got a hard nut to crack right here. So I'm gonna listen to what my other board members, if they have anything to say and what their questions are, and then I'm prepared to vote.
I have a couple of questions, Mr. DiMaggio. So you mentioned that you were in dire straits. Were you receiving state assistance also?
No, it's not.
And why is that? Yeah.
I applied try to get food stamps, and like when I went into the office, even the people in there, like, you gotta get your girl to come in here. They're not gonna give you food stamps. So I'm like, no, I gotta try, and I got denied. Everything that I tried to do, I had put like ads out on Facebook, like single dad, we'll come cut grass, we'll do this to, whatever I can to try to get work.
Okay, and you mentioned that Joni, it's
All the syrup.
yeah. Well, can you explain to us your statement that having a felon for you is a problem for her?
Because she works in the liquor industry, and some of the things with the liquor industry to get a license, like she would like to open up a bar. So in order for her to open up a bar, if she's married to me, she would not be able to do that. Because in order to get that state liquor license, you have to show that you're not a felon or associated with a felon, so.
That explains it. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I don't have any other questions. Any other questions by my colleagues? So, Mr. Ryder, you prepared to hear?
Yes, I'm prepared.
May I say one thing about the fire? I did legally own those firearms long before I started selling drugs. So those were in the house when they came in the house.
No offense, but why didn't you sell them?
I'm sorry?
Why didn't you sell them if you were in dire straits?
Because I was hoping not to be doing this for forever, and I had just got arrested right after my last surgery,
Uh-huh.
and I think it was just 2 weeks after, and I was about to go back to work.
Gotcha. Okay.
But, I mean, this was not my lifelong dream to do this.
Gotcha.
Okay, I think we are prepared to vote. Mr. Prater will be voting first.
Yes, I don't want you to be too discouraged, and I'm proud of the steps that you've taken and the progress you've made. Very proud of that. I wish everybody could get over the bumps in the road like you have done. However, due to the reasons that I mentioned before, I don't think it's been long enough since this bump in the road, the gun was there, and the number of charges. So my vote is that this be denied. We recommend to the governor that this be denied.
Mr. Freeman?
You've done super. Like I said, the only thing holding you up is I'm kind of like the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office. I like a longer cleansing period, and 6 years isn't much. So, reapply after you've got a little bit more time down, and I'll reconsider. But right now, my vote is to deny due to the serious nature of the offenses and not enough cleansing period.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur with my votes to deny also.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur for the same reason as Mr. Prater and Mr. My other board members.
All right, Mr. DiMaggio, unfortunately, you received 4 votes today to deny your application. So your application's been denied today, but I think you've heard the encouragement, reapply after a sufficient cleansing period. Good luck to you, sir.
10-year minimum as well?
Yeah, that's what we like to
It's
see.
not set in stone, but
That's what
we
we
do
like.
like to see it.
Doesn't hurt
Would you introduce yourself to the pardon board? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
My name is Brian Green, lives on Blitch, and my address is 22346 Flan.
All right, let me acknowledge you have your parents here with you today, Margaret Blitch and David Blitch, and both who want to speak on your behalf. We also have Jessica Lemoyne here today who's in support. Also wishing to speak today is Mr. Randy Meyer with the DA's office in Jefferson, so we'll call on him at the appropriate time. So first, let me just read some identifying information into the record. So, Mr. Blitch, your DOC number is 607729. You're here today requesting a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced both in Jefferson Parish, the 24th Judicial District, and St. Tammany, the 22nd Judicial District. And these are your convictions and sentencing dates. Let's see, you have DWI first offense in St. Tammany Parish in January of 2013. You were sentenced 6 months parish jail. That was suspended and you were placed on 2 years active probation. Also in St. Tammany in January of 13, simple burglary. You received a 6-year suspended sentence and you were placed on 5 years active probation. Simple burglary of an inhabited dwelling, 2 counts in Jefferson. You were sentenced February of 2013. You received 2 years on each count running concurrently. You also have Washington Parish, simple burglary of a vehicle in Washington Parish, sentenced October 2015. You received a 5-year sentence. It was suspended. You were placed on 5 years probation. And then also in Washington, theft under $500, October of 2015, you received a sentence, 6 months parish jail. That was suspended and you were placed on 2 years of active probation. Is all that information correct?
Seems like, yeah, unfortunately.
Okay. So before we get started, Mr. Blitch, we'd like for you to tell us why were you involved in all that criminal activity? So what brought you here today? And why are you seeking a pardon with the restoration of firearms?
So drugs, from a young age, just kind of mixed up in the wrong crowd, always kind of just defiant, and just always wanted to do something different. And the drugs kind of went on and on. There would be times with that, times with it. And it got to a point where I didn't have anybody in my life anymore, just me kind of surviving. And the only way to survive on drugs is to steal, unfortunately. Or, yeah, you're more accomplished, right? And spend circles, up, down, east, west. It's just, what can I do to feel normal? And that was my escape for a long time. When the last charge that I got was August the 4th, 2015 was the last day I've ever done drugs. And so I'm sober this day. And it's an incredible thing. When I listen to y'all, to you say all those things, it seems like a different world. It seems like a different life. It seems like a different me. It seems like a bad dream. I see people and help people to this, today, that are in those situations, where that's essentially could happen to them at any moment. They're running from it, whatever the case is, trying to get sober, reaching out, and I see like real time that's going on. And it's, I was telling them, you can stop doing this and that before it turns into what right now, somebody who's got 9 years sober, but still can't do the things that they love, which is something, that's my main passion, I'm a good bow hunter, but I still can't join the rest of my family, doing what they do. I can't bring my kid to teach her the way I was taught. And so it's kind of,
Okay. All right. Congratulations on your sobriety. We'd like to hear from your parents now. Could first we hear from your father?
Sure. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir. You can step up to the podium, please.
Thank you for giving us an opportunity to talk on Grant's behalf. I came into Grant's life when he was 4 years old and adopted him at 7. And unfortunately, Grant's father had a terrible addiction as well. And Grant struggled with it, struggled deeply. Mother and I, did everything we could to try to help Grant. Send him to every single program he could be in, possibly that we could afford to put it in. And it wasn't until he decided there was no program helping except drug court. I think drug court is one of the things that saved his life. And he accomplished everything that drug court asked him to accomplish. And he's gotten his GED. He takes care of his daughter probably better than we've taken care of our kids. He loves her. He wants her to experience those things that, he experienced as a child with his father. I'm not a hunter, so I can't tell you what that means. It's people that love the hunt. But I can tell you this, for the last 9 years, he has been an incredible father, an incredible son to us, and has really changed his life. And it was the process of drug work, the process of you guys that gave him the ability to change his life. And we'd like to get that back, like to give that passion back to him, of being able to hunt with his daughter and his family, stuff like that.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for being here today. Miss Margaret Blitch, please.
Thank you all very much for giving us the opportunity to come here and state our case. I don't know how much credence you give to a mother's testimony, because I'm sure lots of mothers come up here and say, my child is wonderful. But 11 or 12 years ago, I could not have stood here and said that, whether my hand was on the Bible or it wasn't, because he had really terrible problems. I can stand here today with no trepidation whatsoever and tell you that he is on very solid ground today. I would not have said that 12 years ago, 11 years ago. It would not have been the truth. And I would not have stood here and not told you the truth. But I can stand here today and say that. I can also say that my husband and I went to so many support groups for families of addicts, and I'm sure you all have heard from many families of addicts. One thing that everybody said was, my loved one is either going to be dead or in prison. Grant ended up in prison, and it was the best thing that could have happened, honestly. I'd rather visit my child in prison than in the cemetery. And you can look at him, and he is a success story on the part of the DOC. And I am surprised at that, because you don't expect a lot of success stories coming out of the DOC. But he is. Prison did for Grant exactly what prison is supposed to do. It made him see another way. It made him take another path. It made him want to do better. And ever since I picked him up from the jail the day he got out, and ever since then, it's been a whole different person. Unlike my husband, I do come from a hunting family where that is just his grandfather. My dad hunted, Grant's grandfather, great grandfather. He hunted from the time he was 6 years old with my brother, and that is a positive outlook for him. So, I respectfully hope that you all will see how important that is for a resident of this state to be able to enjoy that. And, luckily we live in the United States of America and the state of Louisiana, where we believe in redemption and we believe in second chances. And I hope that you all will see a way to grant that to him. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here this morning. We appreciate it. Could we hear from the district attorney's office, please?
Good morning, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. Just commenting on the Jefferson Parish conviction and not any of the convictions from the North Shore, St. Tammany or Washington Parish. He's about 2 months shy of 10 years since he completed that sentence. So we like to see a 10-year cleansing period. Again, on taking positions on individuals seeking pardons for past offenses. However, when you look at his other St. Tammany and Washington Parish offenses, now we're looking into 2018, 2019. So it gives me some concern with that. But But again, I'm not here to comment on St. Tammany or Washington Parish. I'm here to comment on Jefferson. And again, the Jefferson conviction was 2 years in February 1st of 2013. Probably has time served in there, which would make it 10 years, and if not, we're too much shy. So I wouldn't argue strongly against that one. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Blitch, if you don't mind stepping back up to the podium, we're going to start our interview with you. And your case this morning has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, seated to my far right. Would you answer his questions, please?
Okay, Mr. Blitch, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, now how long have you been sober now?
August the 4th, 2015.
Okay, and how long have you, are you still attending meetings and stuff?
I'm still very active, I still have people I speak to daily, people that I help, people that help me. It's just kind of a big system.
Are you a sponsor for?
Yes.
You have sponsored people? Okay, and where do you work, Mr. Blitch?
Green Country Rooftops and Restoration. I'm the project manager over there, kind of run the company. I left my charter fishing job just because it was getting harder and not being able to hunt, do the duck hunt charters with it. It's kind of do both, otherwise you're all winter long without any way to make money. So I made a switch a few years ago, and it was a positive switch. I didn't count my fame and not invest in.
How old is your daughter?
She's 6. She's 6, yes.
And you have full custody?
I have, yes, sir. Well, me and the girlfriend, I had full custody, and she has weekends, but we went to work and things out. Getting her body back.
There's one thing that kind of concerns me. I'm looking in here at your drug court.
Yes.
And you got a 60-day sanction for hanging around with people on drugs. What was that about? You didn't test positive or anything? They just.
Yes. I wasn't hanging out with anybody on drugs. It was somebody that was in drug court. We weren't supposed to fraternize with males or females. And I lived in an Oxford house when I got out of jail. I asked my mom, I said, please have it set up for me to go to rehab as soon as I walk out of here. I don't want to start drug court without having the proper foundation. And prison or jail doesn't teach you that, like maybe a rehab would. So I wanted to walk out of jail, walk into drug court. I could walk out of jail, go to rehab, start drug court, and go to an Oxford house, a sober living house, to kind of have that extended care, as somebody else kind of watching over us.
Okay, so it was fraternizing with someone else in drug courts.
Yes, they were at the house for a meeting, kind of deal, but it still wasn't sanctioned by drug. So
I have no further questions.
All right, are there any other questions?
I was just gonna ask a question. So the Oxford House, I know that's sober living, so they take votes whether or not you stay in or stay out.
yes.
And so somebody in there had a problem with the person that came into the meeting. Is that what happened?
No, the probation and parole came looking for somebody who was absconding. And when they came in, it was my probation officer, who is because St. Tammany Parish 22nd Judicial District. They all come together, kind of, it's only a few probation officers for drug court. So if they come to start looking for somebody, they usually come with, the drug court caseworkers and the probation officers. And she was at the house with me, and I wouldn't, expect anybody else there, no matter what I should have left if it was at my house.
Yeah. Well, I understand what your mother was talking about, that addiction is a lot of times genetic, as your father, had problems with this. And that they attended many support groups and got you into rehabs all those years prior to it. But drug court has turned people around because it's tough love and it's in its finest with the judge. They're not going to play around with you. But I see there that you do involve yourself with the Narcotics Anonymous group, and that you, like Mr. Freeman was saying, you're a sponsor for recovering addicts. And it said here that you hosted the National Opioid Day. Is that correct?
We've gone to different places, and she works at Avenues Recovery, my girlfriend.
Uh-huh.
So she's the caseworker and the client advocates over there. So we're all really involved. She deals with Oxford House on a regular basis. So if male needs help or something, they need somebody to reach out to, they get my number. So it's kind of a tight-knit community, and it's good to be of service and doing something.
And you currently speak at rehab facilities.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Back
and
and swing at drug courts.
oh, yeah, that's right, in a drug court, I've got that, yeah, that you're a speaker at drug court too. So, the thing is also, your daughter's just 6 years old right now. And I do know daddies like to take their daughters hunting nowadays, you know, that's a big deal. I don't have any other questions.
It's difficult to do with a battle.
Mr. Freeman, you call the vote.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, Mr. Blitch, you're doing terrific. I mean, absolutely terrific. Biggest downfall is not enough cleansing periods. You've only been 6 years without any supervision. You know, and I think that if you come back and reapply, I would strongly consider granting. But due to your prior criminal history and the strong law enforcement and victim opposition, my vote today would be denied, but do not put your head down. You're doing great. Your mother's proud of you. Your dad's proud of you. And I really think, you know, come back, reapply, keep yourself straight, and I think you'll be granted. Keep that bow and let that little girl have some fun.
Mr. Tillis,
My vote also is to deny.
Mrs. Stapleton,
I'm gonna vote to deny, but with the same, compliments that Mr. Freeman gave you too, and the same encouragement, because you will be able to come back, and your daughter will still be young. So we don't want you to be discouraged, because you are certainly making a difference in other people's lives.
Mr. Prater.
Yes, my vote is to deny also. I want to see you sober and straight for 10 years and away from supervision for 10 years. And I applaud all that you've done. And you've done great. I hope that you're not discouraged.
Thanks, guys.
Let me, so you've received 4 votes. So your application is denied, but for the record, I just want to state the opposition is by the St. Tammany District Attorney's Office, the Washington Parish District Attorney's Office. In Jefferson, the sheriff does have a blanket opposition for anyone who's seeking a pardon. Also, the Washington Parish Sheriff also has blanket opposition, and St. Tammany as well. So that's the opposition that was referred to today, but reapply after a more sufficient cleansing period. Good luck to you, sir.
Wait a couple of years, you think?
Or would you introduce yourself, tell us your name and your current mailing address, please?
Jordan Darensbourg, current mailing address is 7050 Phoenix Drive in Lincoln, Nebraska, 68516.
Thanks for being here today. It's my understanding Ms. Peters will be representing you today. Would you introduce yourself for the record?
Sure. My name is Darlene Peters. I'm a Louisiana licensed attorney. And full disclosure, I'm also a relative of Mr. Darensbourg, and my bar number is 25638.
25638.
25638, yes.
Okay, so let me just acknowledge the folks that we have here in support today. We have family members, Sanaz Ahmadi, Erica Darby, Irvin Darby. Irvin wants to speak on your behalf. We have your mother, Deborah Gaspard, who will also be speaking on your behalf, Donna Rayford, your aunt who will also be speaking, and we have Theodore, is it Griffin?
Yes.
Who's here also in support. So thank you all for coming. We'll call on you in just a few moments to hear what you have to say. First, Mr. Darensbourg, let me just read some identifiers into the record. So you're here this morning having submitted an application for clemency. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Orleans Parish in September 2003 for attempted distribution of marijuana. You received a 3-year sentence that was suspended, and you were placed on 2 years active probation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So before we get, well, the way we'll do this is first we want to hear from you. Why are you here today? What got you here? And why do you think we should vote favorably for you today? We'll hear from those who want to speak on your behalf, and then we'll hear from your counsel or your representative, Ms. Peters, before we begin our interview process, okay? So take a minute and tell us what got you here, why you're here, and why do you think we ought to vote for you today?
Yeah, sure. So full disclosure, what got me here was back in the early 2000s, I had a job. I was afforded an opportunity to work with the OPCSO. And during my tenure there, I took the role, it was fresh out of training. When I started the job, it was very overwhelming. I looked around, I saw a bunch of people who looked like myself, people from the community, like my heart was just filled with empathy. I made a very important decision on trying to assist a gentleman who told me he was battling cancer. He was a guy from the neighborhood. I tried to get him some contraband, a very, very, very small amount of contraband. I was immediately terminated on the spot. When interviewed, I accepted full responsibility. I never shied away from the fact that I was an active participant in that decision, accepted the full responsibility, successfully completed probation. And, since then, it's been an uphill battle, just trying to restore my life. I would say after the conclusion of my probation, I moved to Lincoln, Nebraska. So it was after Hurricane Katrina. And I exerted every single effort possible to make myself an upstanding citizen in the community. The first role that I took, I was promoted 3 times. The second job that I took with a different employer, I was also promoted 3 times. I took another job, and the job that I'm in right now, I've been promoted twice. So right now I work in human resources. They entrust me with very large sums of money. In fact, like just for example, last month, I was allowed to audit and facilitate like under $2 million, just shy of $2 million in commission payments. So they entrust me with all the money. I've been working really hard just to restore myself. I would also say finished college. So I finished my bachelor's degree and graduated with honors. There was no government assistance or anything like that. Like I had to go work really hard to put myself through that. Currently finishing up a master's degree, and I'm on pace with a 4.0 GPA. So I'm just, really exhausted myself trying to make a difference in the community, restore my reputation and that my family. Additionally, I serve on various nonprofit boards. So I served about 3 years on Junior Achievement. I'm currently an active board member with the Friendship Home. Just this year alone, we served over 1,600 survivors of domestic violence. So I'm doing everything I can imaginable to be an upstanding citizen.
Thank you. let's hear from the folks who are here, want to speak on your behalf. Could we hear first from your mother, Miss Deborah Gaspard?
Morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Deborah Darensbourg Gaspard here, speaking on behalf of my oldest son, Jordan. Jordan has always been a straight A student from kindergarten all the way on up to his MBA program. One day he did something he regretted, and I feel like who among us have not? Most of us don't have it as a matter of public record, but he has tried very hard his entire life to move from that. He has never put the blame on someone else. He wanted to take full accountability, and I really admire and respect that about him. He has lived his life trying to be the best person he can. He is married to a wonderful person who is the chief information technology officer for the judicial system in the state of Nebraska. He has a beautiful son who is bilingual in kindergarten. He can read and write in different languages. So, you know, I really feel like he's doing all he can to be the best person he can be. I do think that this thing that happened over 20 years ago is holding him back from a few things that he could do, even though what he is doing is still above and beyond what a lot of people do with their lives. I don't know why the mistake happened. I never asked. I do think maybe he was in a situation where he just really didn't think it all the way through. I don't know, he felt intimidated, being in the place he was, overwhelmed. I don't know. He never put the blame on anyone else but himself. And he has tried to live with that and make restitution for more than 20 years. And I hope that everyone appreciates that fact and see who he is and who he has become for his entire family. And I do believe that removing that from him will allow him, if you give him some grace, he can continue to be who he is destined to be for his entire family. I know I only have 3 minutes. I could go on, but I want to.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, so we could hear from your aunt, Donna. Right.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having us. I'm Jordan's aunt, Donna Darensbourg, Rayford. Jordan, I've always referred to as the son I will never have, because I have 2 daughters, probably not 2 daughters, but Jordan honestly was my first child. Sister, full disclosure, had Jordan very young, and we all shared responsibility in his upbringing. You can see from his family support that's here today how much Jordan means to us and all that we've done collectively as a family to support and guide him. As a young man, Jordan has always been industrious. He's always worked, always attempted to improve himself by putting himself in school. He's done everything right. And unfortunately, he did have a situation that presented an unfortunate opportunity that caused him momentarily to go astray. And as my sister stated earlier, who amongst us can judge, even though we're in the judicial system, we've all made mistakes. We've all fallen short. But that is clearly indicative that he's not a person who's continued in that line. He's always tried from that point, prior to that point, moving forward to improve himself. After that unfortunate incident, he continued to pursue his education. He continued to improve himself. As a result of Hurricane Katrina, and that was a blessing. He relocated to Nebraska. He evacuated with me. It was bittersweet. I didn't want to see him go, but it was a better opportunity in life for him there. And having gone there around the support of his mother, eventually his brothers, he just took off like a rocket. He's done amazing things with just his professional career, his educational endeavors. Every time he calls me with something new, it's just, I'm in just utter amazement, because I know that that's the Jordan that I helped to raise, that I know and love. And I know the opportunities for him are endless if he can move past this unfortunate stumbling block of mistake that he had. So I'm asking for your consideration and understanding and just review of the family environment that he has, the support and love that he has and will continue to have. And if we can move past this, I can already assure you, you see his name, you see him on the cover of a magazine, his name will be in lights somewhere, and I know I like to say I have part of that. And if you all will allow him to remove this from his record, you all will do so. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. All right, let's see. Urban, Darby, I think I said Darby earlier, I apologize.
How y'all doing?
Morning.
It's Irvin Darby, resident of Boston, Leaders, first cousin. I don't know where to start. They had time, I'll tell you a brief story. They had times in 2017, I was in a dark place in my life trying to figure out what I want to do with, as far as my career, life, just in general. And me and Cub was literally talking everything. He always said me saying, "Man, this ain't necessary, like, that is silly. The ceiling is glass, not concrete. Break glass ceiling, you can do it." And he motivated me so much. So I went back to college, got my degree. I found me a better job at the time. I was in a darker situation, relationships, friends, and he just said, "Man, just keep certain individuals out your circle and just move forward." And he always told me to tap in my potential. Every time I meet different people who knows him, who are like upstanding citizens, have A1 things to say about it. And I feel honored to come up here to speak with my cousin. He made a mistake. One thing he always told me, like, the past is your past, is all about moving forward, keep moving forward to the destination. And I'm the biggest blessing I have, not only having as a cousin, but just have access to him to get information and knowledge. Every time I wake up in the morning, I hear his voice in the back of my head saying, "Cuz, by any means necessary, tap into your potential. I give up. Everything you can." You had plenty of times I might be in a dark place. I don't let nobody close to me. I reject phone calls. The only one I pick up for because I know he's going to pull me out of it. And he saved my life plenty of times, more than he don't know. By just his wisdom, his information, just helped me out as a human being. And yeah, he made a mistake, and when we talk about it, but he moved past that to a point that like can't help me give the highest level form of grace. And I overall just a wonderful man, wonderful person. He inspired me to have a wife and kids. He inspired me in like school. He inspired me to say, "You know what, you got a job. Keep moving up at that job. Tap into your potential. Go to work. Make sure you do something with yourself. Make sure you're an outstanding person with your family. You come around the family, he's the life of the party. Everybody love to see him. He makes everybody smile. You can't help but to be feel full of love when you're around him. And I know he made a mistake, but this gives him some grace. He's gonna be an outstanding citizen. Like honestly, we can see his name in some lights. We can see him just doing something larger in life to help the community, to help everybody.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate you sharing those remarks. Ms. Peters, you want to wrap it up for us?
Sure. Good morning, again. My name is Darby Darensbourg Peters. I'm Jordan's aunt. I'm also his attorney of record. I have been a practicing attorney for 26 years. I work at a private firm, Urban Free Urban Boy Daniels. We have lots of that reach as well as in my 26-year career, this moment is definitely the most defining moments for me. This is one of the most difficult moments for me because I'm advocating for him as a client as well as a family member. As we mentioned before, I watched him grow up. My sister was a teen mom. We all played a part in raising him. This was an unfortunate incident that, again, we're not even trying to explain it or justify it. It happened. He has paid his dues. Not only did he pay it here while he was living in Louisiana, I don't even know if he's even so much kind of attracted to it. But he has a beautiful family, strong family support. This is something that he has certainly moved past. It's unfortunate, he has learned his lesson that this will follow you around in ways unimaginable. None of us would have ever imagined that we would be here before you. We are simply respectfully requesting that you give this the consideration, considering the life he has had. I'm saddened to see that this has happened, but I'm also sad to see that he's also moved away from Louisiana and living in a state where he could be making more of a difference here in Louisiana to prevent things like this from happening, particularly with the youth, particularly with people who look like you. So again, we respectfully request on behalf of Jordan David that you recommend that his pardon, that he be able to continue to be the wonderful citizen that he is, that this unfortunate event that happened more than 20 years ago, just again, serve as a past reminder of the mistake that he's, and we can.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. So, Mr. Darensbourg, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. He'll take the lead on the interview. Answer his questions, please.
Good morning, Mr. Jordan. How are you?
Good, how are you?
All right. You were doing drugs or you were just selling drugs?
I tried to give somebody a bag of drugs, or one small bag of.
So you were doing drugs yourself?
No, not me. I tried to give it.
How did you get it?
I got it from a relative person.
Okay, so you just bought somebody some drugs.
Correct.
I see. People have spoke very highly of you, so you hadn't had any other problems?
Well, there was an incident, so at the conclusion of my probation, which was wrapped up in 2005, that was around the time that I had transitioned to the Lincoln, Nebraska community. And during that time, I had tried to have something similar to this happen where my record could get somehow cleaned up or something like that. And so I paid an individual who said, oh yeah, we can just expunge the thing. And during that transition period, like this individual was paid. And I lost contact with the individual. So after moving to the Lincoln, Nebraska community, you gotta keep in mind, or let me backtrack. So when I was 19 and all this had happened, the idea of like, this is a felony thing, like none of that really stuck. Like I just knew I was on probation and like the magnitude, the gravity, ignorance of the law, it's nobody's fault. I just didn't really understand the magnitude. So I was trying to take steps to get this behind me because everyone was telling me no. Like I was trying to get jobs that I knew I was more than capable of excelling at, and like everybody told me no. I had one person tell me yes, like we can help you. And so that's why I moved forward with being this individual and trying to get my record moved up. And my probation officer, Tiffany S. Eagles, was the individual appointed to me at the time. I told her, I was like, hey, I have a firearm. Like I was 19 at the time. I have a shotgun. She was like, oh, you can just get it back after probation. I don't think that she understood the magnitude of the situation as well. So again, this was just like ignorance of the law, nobody else's fault. I gotta accept responsibility for that. So I say that to say after paying this individual and moving to the Lincoln, Nebraska community, I thought, okay, well, I could potentially get a firearm again. And so what I had done was, because I lost contact with the individual who was supposed to help me, I had some background checks done on myself. There's a young lady who's now an attorney who tried to do some research and was unable to find anything. And so without having the full scope of everything, I tried to apply for a firearm permit. Like that's the context of what happened. Because again, that early in my life, like I just didn't understand the magnitude. And so I didn't physically have a firearm. I just tried to apply for one. And again, not having all the specifics or the context, then that was rejected. And then they gave me some unsupervised probation because I didn't disclose all of the elements of what had occurred before because I thought it was. So that's the answer to your question.
Yes, I saw where you tried to get a firearm in 2005. I have no more questions.
Any more questions? So you mentioned, I have just one. What barriers have you experienced because of the felony other than the firearm application?
Oh my God. I mean, where do I start? Like, it's an automatic disqualifier, right? Like you try to apply for a job. Like this came up a couple months ago. Like this was a job I didn't even apply for. But a gentleman was trying to recruit me. He was like, hey, by the way, what happened in the early 2000s? Like, how do you even know this? Like, I mean, some people look back that far. So there's certain industries that I'm more than qualified to be in, but some people still take a look back that far, right? So I would say definitely, professional advancement. This has limited me immensely. And I've taken every step that I could to make this, a minor inconvenience, although it's largely inconvenient. And people just judge you, like that now, like they just know. It's just, I don't know, it's like you walk in a room and you feel like you're being gossiped about and, everybody's talking about you, but they won't like address it or address the elephant. And definitely professionally, there's government resources. I access. So I had to go work really hard and take money out of my own front pocket, to put myself through school, which I've done, like, I'm not complaining about, but, you know,
That's good. I think you answered my question. I was interested, I guess, on the career advancement.
oh, yeah.
Barrier to career advancement.
Yeah, there's other industries that I'd probably be like a CEO by now, like, that does not happen.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. I think, we're prepared to vote, Mr. Tillis.
Yeah, I am. You've done well. I think you've really done well. I hope you stay on that path. My vote is to grant without respiration of firearm.
I'm the, oh, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, Ms. Davis.
Okay. I think you've done fantastic. It seemed like from what I read that the man was an older man that you knew. Did you say that he had cancer or he was in pain in jail when you brought him to
Right,
marijuana?
yeah.
So it looks like at 19 years old, you had a lapse in judgment for compassionate reasons.
Correct.
It all backfired. You paid a heavy price for it. So my vote today is to grant. And one thing I want to ask you is, do you need restoration of firearm for any reason?
I can tell you that my father was a victim of gun violence. I have two cousins who were victims of gun violence. I don't have enough fingers to tell you how many friends who are victims of gun violence. Like, unfortunately, like, my friend who's in support of me right now has been a victim of it and was luckily enough to survive. So there's a healthy amount of concern for my own safety because I mean so much to my community and my family. I own a home in New Orleans, so I'm always going to be tied to the community. And it's just one of those areas where if you can protect yourself, it's probably the best thing to do.
Yeah, because I was wondering how that gravitates to Nebraska. I don't think that's a high crime area.
It's not as high crime there.
Okay. I'm gonna vote with pardon with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Prater,
Pardon with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Freeman.
Pardon with restorations of firearms.
All right, and I do also think you've done very well, Mr. Darensbourg. I see no expressed opposition in the record, which is unusual by law enforcement. So I do concur with my colleagues. My vote would be to grant a pardon with restoration. So we'll make that recommendation on your behalf to Governor Linder.
Thank you so much.
address, please.
My name is Eric Hutchinson and my mailing address has changed from the original one.
Okay.
It's 344 in Henry Street instead of 3 Down the road.
Okay, give me the city and zip.
Owen, Louisiana, 70361.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Let me read some identifying information into the record. I assume that you've been informed of how the process will work.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Hutchinson, your DOC number is 558232. You submitted an application for a pardon, seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in the 32nd Judicial District, Terrebonne Parish, for operating a vehicle while intoxicated. Third offense, you received a 3-year sentence. It was suspended. You were placed on 2 years active probation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Hutchinson, tell us why you're here today. What got you in trouble? And why are you seeking a pardon, and why do you think we should vote favorably for you today?
I'm just seeking a pardon, obviously, to get the rights back that you lose with a felony conviction. And obviously, that particular point in time, I wasn't even old enough to legally drink. I actually had a substance abuse problem at that particular point in time in my life. I was just very fortunate that at least I didn't hurt anybody. I didn't kill anybody. I didn't hurt anybody besides a truck and my pride. So at least I'm very fortunate on that end, and I'm glad that if it was going to happen, at least it happened while I was younger, because it opened my eyes, obviously. And I did get a chance before I actually went to trial to admit myself into rehab, and obviously take that route. And in there, one of the main things they preach is people, places, and things. And then that's right there, kind of like if you follow those things, it can just lead to not having those kind of consequences with those doing those type of actions. So I did that, and actually was very fortunate when I did go to trial. I didn't actually have jail time. You know, the judge ordered me to see a probation officer once a week, drug screens once a week. So I complied with all that, and I participated in it willingly and wanted to do what I needed to do to get my life right. Because obviously something wasn't right to be doing all that before I was even 21. So people, places, and things, I changed that. We got past the conviction trial and all that, and I just started to do what I learned, I guess. So just started that process of jobs, girlfriend, eventually engaged, married, working that process to obviously credit got messed up, lost a job, you know, you have a lot of consequences for those actions, right? Now I would say these days, I'm married, I have a kid, so my actions, it doesn't just affect me now, you know, it does affect other people in my life. And it took a long time to get credit back right, buy a house, you know, do those types of things. So I have a lot more to lose these days. Job these days, my job requires me to be able to drive a company truck, rent cars when I fly and travel. And just these decisions these days, it's easier just to make the decision to not do anything that would put any of that at risk, because you just have a lot more to lose. And I find that you get older, you look back at some of those decisions, you kind of don't even understand how you got yourself in that predicament. You know, it's just really young and dumb, very irresponsible decisions. So I would just like to say that, you know, 15 years has passed. I have grown as a person, and I just have a lot more to lose, and that's past me, beyond, you know, it's behind me. So I'm just looking forward to maybe kind of not having that over the head. I don't plan on switching jobs a lot to have to put that on the application anymore, but it would just be nice to have it.
Okay, your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions?
Good morning. Everything you said was true. I mean, you've been moving forward with your life and everything. You know, I didn't notice that they charged you with underage drinking on any of those charges.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, I'm not sure,
How'd that happen, huh?
Yeah, I had two of them at 19 and the third one's at 20.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure.
And it looks like they all happened, the same year in 2008. What was going on? That boom, that happened.
People, places and things. I was just like I said, I had a substance abuse problem. It was pills. So
there was Xanax involved.
Yes, ma'am. Barely. And there would be times those things will make you forget. And if you take the slightest, any kind of alcohol, it doesn't take much. You would just black out. There would be bits and pieces that I would recall from those incidents. And that was one thing in rehab when I would tell the counselor, what my drug of choice was, because everybody sits and talks, and I would tell him, and he flat out said, "Did you have a death wish?" Because those two mixtures, he had known personally multiple people that have just went to sleep and died.
Yeah, it lowers your heart rate and everything like that, and boom.
Yes, ma'am. So whenever you have those discussions with other people and you kind of tell them what you did, and it's eye-opening, obviously, because either I could have killed myself with the mixtures that I was doing, not including the driving. Obviously could have
somebody else.
Yes, ma'am. I don't know if I'd been able to live with myself if I could, took somebody else's life in the process.
Are you Eric or Paul? Which name do you go by? You use Eric. Eric.
Yes.
Eric, I know that, this was 15 years ago. Still don't know why in a space of 1 year, you got 3 DWIs. This would have been after high school, right? Did you graduate high school?
Yes, ma'am.
So you graduated high school. Were you going to college?
No, ma'am.
Nothing. You just lost your compass in life?
Yeah,
okay, I'm not even gonna go. I was trying to figure out how that happened all in 1 year and then nothing else.
Yeah, it's very hard to explain unless you know people that have been through substance abuse issues. You have to hit a bottom to really decide to change your thinking. And the first one, it was just a fine, and I'd actually went to court for the first and second one at the same time because I got the second one before my first court date. And I left that day with a fine, and walked out. And maybe the consequences at that
were so low. They were a slap on the wrist. Let me ask you something else. Okay, so now let's bring you forward to today. Do you attend AA meetings or NA meetings or anything like that after all these many years? Okay. All right. I don't have any further questions. Oh, you know what I need to say? The DA has opposition. I believe the judge has opposition, but the chief and the sheriff had no comment. Okay.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Hutchinson. I think we're prepared to vote. Mrs. Stapleton will be voting first.
Today, I'm gonna vote to deny, because I still don't understand how that suddenly happened, and then we're here today. So my vote today is to deny, but I'm so glad you seem to be clean and sober now. So hopefully you'll come back and get another chance at this.
Mr. Prater?
I concur.
Mr. Freeman?
It's just, I don't know, it's tough. You've done well.
Yeah.
But, it's scary. You gotta put yourself in our shoes. That's 3 offenses, and if one more, if you kill somebody, like you said, you were lucky. So today, due to law enforcement opposition, I'm gonna vote to deny also.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote is also to deny.
All right, Mr. Hutchinson, you've received 4 like votes to deny your application today. I don't see that it's an impediment to your job in any way at this time, so We wish you well. You'll have an opportunity to reapply if you choose to do so at a later date. Good luck to you, sir. Good morning. Would you introduce yourself to the pardon board? Tell us your name and your current mailing address, please.
My name is Jeffrey Graham.
My current mailing address is 5723 East 31st Street, Tulsa, Oklahoma, 74135.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thanks for being here. You also have your brother, Chris Graham, here with you in support. Thank you for being here as well. So they've explained the process, so we'll jump right in. I'm going to read the identifying information and we'll get started, okay? So, Mr. Graham, your DOC number is 480143. You've submitted an application for clemency. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You have convictions both in the 1st Judicial District, Bossier, and the 26th Judicial District, Caddo. In Caddo Parish, you have possession of Schedule 4, Schedule 3, and Schedule 1, and attempted distribution of Schedule 2. You were sentenced. You have 3 sentencing dates. One in 2004, you received a 4-year suspended sentence. In 2006, again, a 4-year suspended sentence. In 2007, 3 years hard labor. And then in Bossier Parish, possession of Schedule 4, you were sentenced in October 2009. You received a 3-year sentence, all but 2 years was suspended, and you were placed on 1-year probation. Is that all correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so would you tell us why you're here today, what got you here? And why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms, and why should we vote favorably?
Yes, ma'am. As we already stated, my name is Jeffrey Graham. Here today to tell you a story about 2 people. One's a regular run-of-the-mill drug addict, headed towards being another statistic. Another one exemplifies an example of what God can do through a person through the redemptive work of the cross. I'll spare you a lot of the details of my past because many of those are laid bare in front of you, but some are relevant. I began using drugs when I was 12 years old. I was addicted right from the start. Under their influence, I felt empowered, and they helped me to overcome the extreme shyness that I experienced most of my life. It was remarkable that I managed to graduate high school because at this point my substance abuse was out of control. A few years after graduating, I joined the Navy. The next 4 years were spent performing my duty on an aircraft carrier that was often in hostile territory. Although I managed to make it to the end of my first enlistment, I was headed for the abyss using painkillers and alcohol. I managed to end my time in the military under honorable conditions. However, I was not allowed to continue further. After this, I returned to my family in Louisiana and sank into deep depression. The depression only helped to increase my drug and alcohol dependency. Eventually, my chemical dependencies caught up with me, and I found myself in jail. And this is where my string of felonies began. This cycle continued for many years, of which my felony record attests to. Things all culminated when I was on parole for my 4th felony conviction. I'd been dodging my parole officer and not reporting because I was on drugs again. She gave me mercy, and rather than making me back up my time, gave me the opportunity to go to Academy of Training Skills near Lake Charles. It was during this time that I found the Bible in their library and began to read it. I had read parts of it before, but this time as I began to read it, I became desperate. My life was a mess, my marriage was in shambles, and if something didn't change, I was headed for incarceration for life. I began to ask Jesus for forgiveness of my sins, and in a desperate moment one day I cried out and said, God, if you want my life, you take it. I remember I was outside, it was a foggy day. I leaned on a pavilion, looked out, and there was a telephone pole out in front of me. Incredibly, I heard a voice that said, what do you see out there? I said, well, I see a telephone pole. No. What do you see out there? I said, well, I see a telephone pole. It's got numbers on it. No. What do you see out there? And I looked up and I said, I see a cross. Immediately, the guilt and condemnation lifted up me and a pure exhilaration filled me. The Bible says that if anyone's in Christ, they're a new creation. And that was certainly the case for me from that point forward. At that point, I completed about half my time in ATS, and I became heavily involved with classes and reading the Bible with great fervor. I finished my time at the facility in good standing. At the end of the program, my parole was complete, so I was a free man. When I got done with the program, my wife, who I was estranged from at the time, decided to reconcile. We made a decision to move to Tulsa, Oklahoma for a fresh start. We moved there immediately and got involved with Celebrate Recovery in church. We were in a group for a church every night of the week. We began volunteering at church in various capacities, including the food pantry. We also got involved with mobile kids ministry, which goes out to the impoverished apartment complexes and does Sunday school classes, as well as give out groceries. After about a year
being in this rhythm, I applied to go to college at Oral Roberts University, which is a James Christian College in Tulsa. After some deliberation from the university due to the background, I was accepted. I started school, and in 2016, I graduated top of my class with a 7.4 GPA and summa cum laude with a bachelor's in caregiving and counseling. Since moving to Tulsa in 2012, I've had jobs doing floor covering removal, valet parking, and for the last 7 years, been involved in the mental health arena. All the jobs I did with excellence and either left in good standings or I'm still currently working on. In 2017, I became an ordained minister, started a nonprofit named Reckless Love. We go to motels that are notorious for drug use and prostitution and provide food, hygiene, and resources to help people come out of their situations, as well as walk with people that choose to come out of their predicaments. We are actively involved with helping juveniles in the justice system by going in and doing life skills and Bible studies in the Juvenile Detention Center, a place I was also employed at for a time. I'm also a homeowner and have good credit. Over the years, we've been involved in everything from the fight to human trafficking and to helping children with special needs. In light of what God has done, we feel compelled to serve others. I mentioned that work that I do in the mental health arena. I work for an organization named Therapeutic Life Choices, and I've worked there for 3 years. At the job, I'm a case manager and a peer recovery support specialist, which is a person that comes alongside people and helps them in the process of recovery. We're currently building a place called the OUCASE, and will revolutionize the way homelessness is dealt with. I spearheaded many of the projects surrounding the OASIS and helped to develop many of the systems we are currently using to serve people. And I'm far from doing what God has called me to do. I've completed about half of my coursework with a master's in social work and returning this next semester to continue the journey with an estimated graduation date of May 2026. Plan to use this degree to continue to be a change agent, help the most vulnerable populations, and help to reform the systems. While God has opened many doors for me along the way and given me opportunities despite my background, at times my record has hindered me from doing many of the things I would like to do. While it's my joy to tell about the wonderful things God has done in my life, when asked about my past, there have been several things that I haven't been able to do because of background. First thing that I can remember was when I was in school, I was attempting to get a degree in education, was not able to continue in that track due to not being able to teach in public school. Another instance was recently my wife and I began the process of foster care, was eventually turned down because of background. And who knows how many employment opportunities that have been lost due to background checks. Members of the board, I'm asking you to approve my petition for a pardon. This would not only be a recognition of the efforts I've made to rehabilitate myself, but also a chance to move forward without the heavy burdens of the felony record, which continues to impact my ability to fully serve my community. I'm asking for your consideration. I'm asking for your consideration of the person I've become, the steps I've taken to improve, and the future I'm working hard to build. If pardoned, I would use the opportunity to serve the most vulnerable populations and empower them with a better chance to live a fulfilled life. I would also use it to serve justice involved juveniles in a greater capacity and perhaps be able to move forward with our foster care desires. All this would display the reality that no matter what a person's going through, if you partner with God in your life, nothing is impossible. I tried hard to honor God in gratitude for pardoning my sins by leading a life that glorifies Him. And if my pardon's approved, I would honor the state of Louisiana by continuing to provide hope to people that have lost it. Thank you for considering.
Yes, sir. I did. Get a lot of thought to that. Your case this morning has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, so he'll take the lead on the interview questions.
Well, first off, you've answered the majority of my questions with your opening statement. And you've done an exemplary job since you've gotten off of drugs, and you're helping people, you're doing what you're supposed to do. But I have no other questions. I do want to state for the record that the law enforcement, you have strong opposition. The DA is opposed in Bossier. Caddo DA James Stewart is opposed. Sheriff Bossier, Mr. Whittington, is opposed. The sheriff of Shreveport was opposed at the time. And I can see the reason for the opposition. I mean, the criminal history is, it's a lot. So I have no further questions. If my panel has any.
I do. I want to state that I noticed that you don't want a gun. Is that correct? You want a pardon, but you don't need the gun.
Yes, ma'am, my original ask was for without restoration of firearms, but I read that you read off with firearms, which I was gonna ask for. The reason behind it is I'm not a hunting man or anything like that.
Right.
And commission of bringing the gospel to people or
Right.
to, in the commission of that work. I would never carry or own a firearm. However, as I did mention, I do work with populations and I go into where there's drugs and prostitutions and many of those areas.
So have you changed that? I mean, because I read where you first said it and then, you retracted it that you don't need the gun as part of it. So we back to now you want it.
I would, my heart's desire is to be free to be able to do foster care and be able to further serve in the field that I'm in. So that is my preferred method. When I did the application, is more important to me than owning a firearm.
Second thing is, this happened, all right, your last problems with drugs was 16 years ago, is that correct, or no?
Stopped using drugs in 2012. It's about 14.
Okay, so you stopped using drugs. Okay, yeah, and I agree with Mr. Freeman. You had a Christ moment and you have led an exemplary life with all of your outreach programs that we need so drastically in this country. So I do want to compliment you for all of that. And thank you. That's me.
In your presentation, did you mention you had did you say 7.4 GPA?
Yeah. 3.74.
Okay. I missed the
Yeah.
3 part. I'm like, well, how does that
That's
happen?
fine.
I want to thank you for your service, your military service. Thank you so much for that. It's to be commendable that you want to be able to foster children amongst all the other work that you're doing. I don't see any other questions, so I think we are prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman?
Mr. Graham, like I say, you've done exemplary. I mean, I love the work that you're doing. I love what you're doing. But I can't ignore a fourth felony offender. And to wipe that clean, if something did slip, then you'd be a first felony offender and nothing would happen hardly to you. So my vote today, due to law enforcement opposition and criminal history, is to deny.
Mr. Tillis?
I commend you for what you've been doing. My vote is to grant without restoration of firearm.
Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote is to grant without restoration.
Mr. Prater?
My vote's to grant without restoration.
All right, I do share the concerns of Mr. Freeman. Do you have any ties left to Bossier or Caddo anymore?
My mom and dad live there, and brother, so just family time.
I want to respect the opposition that's been expressed, but my vote today would be to recommend a pardon without restoration of firearms as well. So you've received 4 like votes. So we'll make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor. Good luck to you, sir. See? No, Ms. Williams and Mr. Nash, stand at the podium, please.
Say again, please.
Ms. Williams and Mr. Nash at the podium, please. So, Ms. Williams, good morning. Could you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address, please.
Good morning. My name is Wytisha Williams. My current mailing address is 42362 Pumpkin Center Road. That's Hammond, Louisiana 7040.
Okay, and you have a representative with you today.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Would you introduce yourself?
Yes, ma'am. Reverend Norris Joseph Nash.
Okay, and then also here in support, we have Pastor Chris Merrill with Real Next Level Ministries who wants to speak on behalf of Ms. Williams, and we'll call on you also at the appropriate time. Also here in support, Diane Gore with K9 Legal Services. Thank y'all for being here today. So they've explained or Mr. Abbott has explained the process to you, so we're just going to go ahead and get started. Ms. Williams, I'll read the identifying information into the record. Your DOC number, Ms. Williams, is 485300. You're here this morning because you submitted an application for clemency. It's indicated you're seeking a pardon without restoration of firearms. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You have a conviction in the 21st Judicial District, Tangipahoa Parish. You were sentenced in August 2004 for aggravated battery. You received a 1-year sentence that was suspended. You were placed on 1 year active probation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So take a moment and tell us why are you here? How did you get here with the criminal record? And why are you seeking a pardon? And why should we vote favorably for you today?
Okay, yes, ma'am. I am here because is this a part of my 3 minutes?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right. So I first would like to say that accountability is very important. Without accountability, a person cannot grow. And with saying that, when you take accountability and you grow, I would like to first and foremost say that I stand here in a place of remorse. I am here seeking a full pardon because in the year of 2004, I made a decision. I committed a crime. As far as who I am, who I was, I'm no longer that person. At that point in time, we're going to just talk about the past. I was a young person, a young lady that grew up in an environment. I was very misguided, very misled, in a place of dysfunction. And so moving in the present, I would also like to say that any man that is new in Christ, and the old man dies and you become a new person. So at this point, I feel like I'm a new person. The present individual that I am today is not who I was in the past. As of right now, the black and white speaks for itself. I am currently a licensed professional counselor. The trauma that I endured, the dysfunction, the environment I grew up in, the mistake that I made, I wrote a book about it, so I'm also currently an author. So all of those past mistakes, those issues that I endured as a child, I placed it in a book. I walk in truth, and I also use it to help redirect young people that are now in the current situation that I once was. I'm a United States Army veteran. So after making that decision, I took the steps that were needed by joining the United States Army, committing to serve my country by making a change. I've been working in the mental health field now for 11 years. I work in a correction facility. I work in the community. I've done functioning family therapy where I work with youth. I work with families. I work with individuals that have endured mental health challenges, that have come from the places that I have come. So with all of that being said, I have put in the work you know, to be noticed and recognized for the change that I wanted to implement in the community. I have become the voice that I once needed for myself, but I am now that person for other people. Different backgrounds, different cultures, different walks of life. I can relate to that, and I implement that work by being a licensed professional counselor. I'm also a motivational speaker. I go into the schools, I share my story. Again, I continue to guide the youth, I guide families, I, work with professionals. So at this point, that young lady 20 years ago is not the same person that you all are looking at right here today. As far as it relates to my future and what I plan on doing, I continue to plan on making the mark and being the voice that I needed for me, and also being the voice that other people need in this community. And so that's what I'm here for.
All right, well, thank you, Liam. We appreciate you sharing those details with us.
Yes.
Before we hear from your representative, Mr. Nash, we'd like to hear from your pastor, Chris Merrill.
Good morning, board.
Good
My name is
morning.
Pastor Chris Merrill, Real Excellent Ministry. And something came to me this morning, 1 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 5. It says, judge nothing before it's time. And a lot of times when you're younger, you're immature. At 17 years old, she was immature. And now that it's 21 years later, she's matured. I realize that she's now an Army veteran, motivational speaker, an author, a mental health therapist, and she's helping people all around the world. And now that she's mature, she's made an impact. When I was 17, like most of you, I didn't know anything, very immature. But I made mistakes. Some of them were noted. I didn't caught like she had been caught. But I've learned one thing, we need grace, we need mercy. So I'm thanking the board for allowing her to hear your decision and show her how she can mature even now. So I thank you for your time. I thank you for your presence, and I thank you for your mercy.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Nash, would you wrap it up for us, sir, before we start our interview?
Madam Chairlady, members of the board. It's my understanding that pardon parole is granted to people who are deserving. People who have demonstrated in every area of life that they are ready. They are improved. They are rehabilitated in every aspect. It's my opinion that Ms. Williams has indeed accomplished each of those aspects. That she is ready to be returned wholly, fully, and completely to society. To not have this little black streak on her record when she applies for certain employment. It always comes up. If this is the purpose for this board, then my question would be, why should she not be granted the relief that she's requested? She appears before you at this time humbly and fully rehabilitated. And I ask for your mercy. I ask that you consider who she is today as opposed to who she has been, and grant her the relief.
All right, thank you, sir. Miss Williams, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, so he'll take the lead on the interview.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Williams, the story is kind of different in the police report and what you wrote in your application. You claim that y'all was in the back seat and you cut him with a tool, I believe, some kind of.
No, sir.
It was a knife.
It was a multi-tool.
A multi-tool knife.
Yes, it was a
But
multi-tool.
then you chased him when he got out the car, correct?
No, sir.
Please, that's all the witnesses say you chased him.
I understand.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to hear your side of that because it does say you chased him, and that does make a difference. The other thing that really concerns me, what is this charge in 10-3 of 2021? Battery by touch or strike.
What, can you repeat the date?
10/3/2021. Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office, Florida, battery, touch, or strike.
Yes, sir. That incident was, at that point in time, I had a current partner and we decided to, have a vacation on it during that time, during that year. We got into an argument, the argument escalated and the police were called at that point in time. So that incident happened during a vacation.
Okay, and then in 2010, assault with a deadly weapon, assault inflicts serious injury, communicating threats. That was in Cumberland County Sheriff's Office. What was that about?
Yes, sir. That was during the time that I was actually still active duty in the United States Army. That was also another partner of mine. And so that issue occurred within a relationship that I was in at that point in time. As a result, I was given prayer for judgments, which my contingency, the judge granted me the contingency plan that I was to move forward and attend a domestic violence class, which I do have the documentation right here that supports. I attended the class, I attended the group. I also exceeded the requirements of what they asked me to do. I was supposed to attend the group, but what I actually did, I attended the group. I gave a speech after that, and I also helped the family while during that time. So again, those are things that I have been accountable for. Due to my past traumas, I was unaware, and it took me time to get my own mental health. And in the process of receiving my own mental health for my traumas, I learned what mental health, how mental health could actually impact you. And so that's what actually led me on the journey to become a mental health counselor, because once I received that help, that changed my life. And so I committed to helping change people's lives. So I'm accountable for those incidents, sir.
All right. The only other thing I got, I mean, and just, I have to mention it, but, this is the comments. And you're opposed by the district attorney, Scott Perilou. You're opposed by the sheriff, Daniel Edwards. And you have opposition for Chief Edwin Badgeron, but there's not much you can do about that. I have no further questions if my fellow board members have any.
Questions?
I don't have any questions.
All right. So you mentioned you went through the domestic violence prevention program. How long was that program?
If I can recall, I think it could have been like 3 months. 3 months, yes, ma'am.
How often did you go?
I had to go, I think it was every day.
You went every day?
Yes, ma'am.
So
and I do have documentation right here supporting that I did complete it. So if you guys would like to.
No, I believe you completed. I'm just trying to determine what program it was specifically. I am concerned also about what I consider recently, whatever happened on your vacation in Florida. It's a little concerning to me in both instances of domestic abuse violence. I am pleased that you were able to take advantage of what the court offered from Cumberland County.
Could I speak? Okay, the most recent one that you spoke about, are you referring to the Cumberland County one in 2010, or are you referring to?
Both. Well, both of them are concerning. And you mentioned what the Cumberland County judge allowed you to do, the domestic violence prevention program. And then you explained the domestic dispute in Florida.
Yes, ma'am.
Vacation.
And with that being said, after that incident, I also have a certificate here that I then understood. Currently, when I was in the military, I received counseling, and I understood that military therapy and professionals are not the same as individuals. So I had been receiving counseling and mental health throughout my time of the military and when I got out, because that incident occurred then. But when this incident happened in Florida, that's when I really did an introspection and understood that my past is tied up to males, which correlates with my abuse as a child. So I have a certificate that proves I voluntarily checked myself into an intense mental health agency in Chicago, Illinois, under the Veterans Affairs program for an intense therapy for PTSD. So after that, I was not court ordered for that. I did receive an expungement through the state of Florida, which I have the documentation that it has been expunged. But I voluntarily checked myself into that clinic. I went through the whole process and I did 2 weeks intense therapy for PTSD.
Good, glad to hear.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks for sharing. All right, I don't see any other questions. Mr. Freeman, are you prepared to?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, this, Ms. Williams, I mean, it'd be derelict in my duties if I didn't notice the pattern of domestic troubles.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there's 3 of them, and that's concerning. You have taken steps to take care of those issues, but the last one was in 2021, and that's pretty close. My vote today would be to deny, and you know, you can reapply after a longer period of cleansing, and we'll reconsider.
Mr. Tillis?
I commend you on your effort of trying to clear yourself. My vote today is to grant.
With firearm?
With firearm. Did she ask for firearm?
Yes.
Okay, grant.
No, I'm sorry, I have a note, pardon without.
To grant parole.
Mrs. Stapleton?
You know, if these domestic violence situations hadn't come up after you, like you just said, that you were getting mental health counseling in the Army and stuff like that. So you were, that was ongoing, trying to understand what was going on. And still in 2021, you had that battery. And that was after getting counseling. So it seems like it is an ongoing problem in your life that you're trying to address. And I do agree that you are currently an asset to the community, but the pardon just wipes everything clean. So today I'm gonna have to deny based upon the domestic violence that keeps cropping up in your history and as recently as 2021.
All right, Ms. Williams, I too want to commend you and thank you for your service to our country. I hear what you're saying about your childhood trauma, and I see the effects of it. And I'm so proud that you've taken measures to work on that, and that you're sharing your experience with others and helping other people. For me, the 2021 is a little too soon. I'm real pleased though that you shared with us what you have, the steps you've taken to address that, checking yourself into Chicago and learning from that experience. But for me, it's just a little too soon, having only been 3 years ago. So my vote today is to deny. Strong encouragement, keep your chin up, keep doing the work that you're doing, keep working on yourself and helping others, and you can reapply. Just a little more time has to pass with no more incidents. Right, so today you've received 1 vote that was favorable, but you received 3 votes that were not in your favor. So the outcome of today's proceeding is your application's been denied. Good luck to you, ma'am. Sir, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
Yes, ma'am, my name is Damon, Bridwell, mailing address is 762 Kemp Road, Benton, Louisiana.
Morning. And council, would you introduce yourself for the record?
My name is Jacqueline Scott. I am from Shreveport, Louisiana. My address is 401 Hamilton Road, Suite 110, of the city of Louisiana.
Representative Mr. Bridwell, thank you. And we have here in support also, we have Wendy Haley.
Yes, ma'am.
Left out the here in support, but not wishing to speak. Is that correct?
Not necessarily,
Okay.
unless
All right.
anyone has questions.
All right, thank you. So first of all, Mr. Bridwell, I'm going to read the identifying information into the record. We'll then ask you to tell us why you're seeking a pardon with the restoration of firearms. What got you here? Why you want a pardon? Why should we vote favorably for you? Then we'll hear from your attorney. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater, so he'll take the lead on any questions. Okay. So, Mr. Bridwell, your DOC number is 485-952. You're here this morning, having submitted an application for clemency. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You have convictions in the 2nd Judicial District, Claiborne Parish, the 26th Judicial District in Webster Parish. In Webster, you were sentenced August of 2004, 5 years hard labor for felony theft. All but 6 months of that was suspended. Another in Webster Parish, felony theft, $500 or more. Also, August of 2004, you were sentenced 5 years active probation. Excuse me. In Claiborne Parish, you have 3 counts felony theft. You were sentenced September 2005 to 5 years hard labor. And then also Claiborne, 2 counts of simple burglary, also sentenced September of 2005 to 5 years hard labor.
Yes.
Is all that correct?
Yes.
All right. So take a minute and tell us what got you here and why should we vote favorably for you today?
Yes, ma'am, I stole some beer, stole some 4-wheelers, we pretty much went joyriding. You know, we got the beer and we got the 4-wheelers, we got on the 4-wheelers, and we went out the country roads and we drove the 4-wheelers around and drank the beer. I wound up getting a DWI. I learned my lesson, you know, I was 19 at the time, you know, stupid mistake, you know, that I made. Since then, I've got a 14-year-old son. You know, I'm working in the oil field, work for a casing company. We go to all different kind of drilling rigs. I'm doing the best that I can do for my family. I want to continue to do the best that I can do throughout my life.
Ms. Scott?
Yes, I do know, that Mr. Bridwell, I represented him on the expungement. And in this particular case, I recall his father bringing to my office and very nice gentleman, and he said, Scott, it's my son, he made a stupid mistake. We go hunting. This particular man had on overalls and about 6 feet or so, and he said, "You can't go hunting with me because he has a felony on his record. Can you help us?" And so, having been a probation officer, I found out I know that felony you're not supposed to have a weapon. And he said, "Miss Scott, all our family do. We live in Homer, and we hunt all the time." And so. And he said that he was sick and he has cancer. And he said, he likes to go hunting. So you can shoot, you can go hunting, you can sick. And he said, yeah, they have trails and all, they provide all that. But anyway, so I thought about it and I've known the family for some time. And so I spoke with Samuel here. And since that time, he's not gotten in trouble. He explained how he was made. Did something stupid and he has a young child and he wants to be able to go hunting. However, he can't go with the family because of Georgia she had over 30 some, almost 40 years ago. So that's why we're here, and he's asking us, the board for mercy so that he can teach his young son. He's also teaching him, hey, look, don't do what I did. That was a foolish mistake. Stealing beer and, going on someone else's, property without authorization. And he's very remorseful and, would request that the board consider him strongly, perhaps.
All right, thank you. So would you answer Mr. Prater's questions, please, Mr. Bridwell?
Yes, sir. I noticed that you, in 2004 and 2005, you went through a spell there where nothing was safe in northwestern Louisiana. You stealing newspaper machines and four-wheelers and whatever. What got you to doing that?
Being on so much beer, I had 3 other friends who just run around just being stupid. Basically, there's not much you can say about it. We were just stupid young kids. I regret what I did. You know, I wish I could take it back. You know, I'd do different. I'm sorry for the mistakes that I made back then, you know, and I learned my lesson.
I noticed in 2008, you had a DWI.
Yes, sir.
And it says you started going to AA meetings.
Yes, sir. I attended, that was the DWI I had mentioned about, you know, I ended up going to AA meetings with it. So, you know, field time on it, I learned my lesson from it, you know. I won't drink no more since then, you know. I put beer behind me, you know, I've got God in my life now. And I do the best that I can do for my family and my son, and I want to continue to do that.
You say you don't drink beer anymore, you drink anything else?
Water.
Okay, no alcohol.
No alcohol whatsoever.
Okay. You do any smoke any drugs or take
No,
any
sir.
gummies or anything like that?
No, sir, not at all. We do, they do hair tests on us at my job, so, hair follicle test, so, you know, gotta stay clean for the oil field, because they're real strict on, you know, drug policies and all that, so they drug test us, about every month, every other month.
So it's been 20 years since you had your felony conviction of the thefts and things, right?
Yes,
Everybody get their money back?
Yes, sir, all the restitution was paid. Anybody that I owed anything to, I paid off all my debts to them. I did my probation time. I did my 5 months in jail. I did everything that everybody asked me to do.
Okay. All right, that's all the questions I got.
Any questions? I don't have any. So all this is the same episode
Yes, ma'am, that was all.
in both parishes,
Yes,
all
ma'am.
tied together?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. You say you're requesting the gold seal for those offenses because you want to clear your record and protect yourself.
Yes.
That's right. I don't see any other questions. So we'll vote. Mr. Prater will vote first.
Okay, I think due to the length of time it's been, due to the fact that he was just a teenager when it occurred, and due to the fact that it was basically just a spell, although it wasn't a pleasant spell, it was a theft of a four-wheeler and a paper machine. I'm gonna vote to grant with restoration.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote is also to grant with restoration. I'm like Mr. Brady, you went through a period of your life, but you seem to be straightforward on the right track, and I want you to be able to take your little boy in the woods. That's a good place for him.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur for the same reason. I know that, you know, we're sportsman's paradise and that was, a point in time in your life, you paid restitution. I noticed that one of your victims is unopposed. He said he didn't have a four-wheeler anymore. So I wish you well.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I concur. My vote also is to make the recommendation of pardon with restoration of firearms. So we'll do that on your behalf to Governor Landry. Good luck to you. All right, good morning. Our next case is Taylor Beckley. Good morning, Ms. Beckley.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address, please.
My name is Taylor Beckley, and my current mailing address is 112 Hillside Circle, West Monroe, Louisiana, 71291.
Okay, thank you. And you're here this morning because you submitted an application for clemency. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, for a sentence you received in the 3rd Judicial District, Lincoln Parish, you were sentenced in August of 2016. 2 years Department of Corrections, that was suspended. You were placed on 2 years active probation, and the conviction was armed robbery accessory after the fact. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Ms. Beckley, this morning, tell us how you got involved in the criminal activity. Why did you submit an application for a pardon with restoration of firearms, and why do you think we ought to vote favorably for you today?
Yes, ma'am. Back when the crime was committed, I was barely 21 years old. My daughter's father at the time was who committed the crime, and I had knowledge of it, so I didn't tell on him, but a lot of that reason was because he was abusive, and I was scared of him. But since then, I have not had any dealings with him. I completed my probation early and was able to get off early. I made all of my fine payments, and I've not been in any trouble since nearly 10 years. I've grown up. I've married my best friend. I brought another child into this world. I'm a stay-at-home mother, and I try to do my best.
Right. And so the married name is Pixley.
Yes, ma'am.
Your case this morning has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer any questions you may have, please?
Good morning. Listen, I want to ask something. I read that, what was the age that you were when you got pregnant with your first child?
I was 15.
By this man, obviously. And so, and it said during that time and during the time of the robbery, y'all were on drugs and you had become an addict. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That also said that you went into the motel to check it out first, and then you came back to the car, and then he went in to rob it. And there was a third co-defendant in all of this.
Yes, ma'am. That was someone that didn't have any part of it. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. So he got the money, came back in, and y'all got caught. How did y'all get caught?
Actually, the sheriff's department, I guess it's like the ones that deal with like the undercover narcotics and stuff.
Right.
He called my phone and asked if I'd come in and talk, and so I came in and met them and went and talked to them.
Oh, okay.
They arrested me, and then I guess he ran until they came and found him. But
undercover narcotics, that was because y'all were involved with purchasing narcotics, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's my number. Okay. And so you did your time and you haven't had any problems since then, and you have now got another child, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I have 3 children now.
3 children. And let's go, I forgot. And the gun that was used, of course, to the clerk, it was a true gun. That was a pellet gun, am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there was some kind of struggle and Garlington said that he left the gun with the store clerk.
I'm actually not sure.
About that one, okay, all right. How about your recovery? Since you had become an addict,
Yes, ma'am.
done since then, since getting out of jail and stuff like that to stay clean?
When I went to jail, I knew I never wanted to go back. So when I got out, I've been clean for nearly 10 years and I've done counseling as well.
You've taken counseling?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why do you want a gun? Pardon, with restoration of firearm?
It's not just about a gun. I thought this was to help me like get it off my record. I I'm a stay-at-home mother. My husband, he works thousands of miles away at any given time. And it's just me and my 3 kids at the house. So I would like to be able to protect myself if anything ever happened. But it's not just, just to have one. It's for protection if it came down to me needing to protect myself or my children in my home.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't have any further questions.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Is there any other questions?
Do you still attend AA or any kind of drug groups?
I do not, but I still go to counseling.
Still go to counseling? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other questions, Ms. Pixley. I think we're prepared to vote. Ms. Stapleton?
Okay, because it's been 10 years. And you haven't had any other problems. You're still attending counseling. And I'm going to grant the pardon, but not with a firearm.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, no, not grant. Recommend to the governor a pardon, but with no firearms.
Okay.
Mr. Prater?
It's been since 2016, correct?
Yes, sir. I was sentenced in 2016. It was in 2014 when the crime was committed.
All right, I can go along with that grant without restoration.
Mr. Freeman?
I concur. Clemency period was close, but you've had 10 years and you're still attending counseling, seem doing well. So my vote today would be to grant without firearms.
Mr. Tiller?
My vote is to grant without firearms.
And Ms. Pixley, I do agree with my colleagues. Based on the cleansing period, there's been no other criminal activity. My recommendation is a pardon without restoration of firearms. So we'll make that recommendation on your behalf. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Menard. I don't know. Kelly. Hey, we got it up. Are we supposed to click on my name? Want to see? You know,
There's nothing to click. She's scared sharing the screen. We're up next.
mhm. I didn't see a messenger here to even come
Do
in.
you want to move that over just a little bit?
All right, good morning. Can y'all hear us?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Edward, would you please introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current mailing address.
My name is Edward P. Duchan. Current mailing address is 581 Johnson Road, West Monroe, Louisiana, 71291. This is it.
All right, and you have someone there with you? Does she want to speak on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am. I got my wife here with me.
Okay, and we'll call on her at the appropriate time. Mr. Duchan, read some identifying information into the record, and then we'll hear from you. We want, and then we'll hear from your wife before we start our interview with you. So your DOC number is 268912. You're here seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You have convictions in Washita and Caldwell Parish.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, sentencing date of December 1980 in Caldwell for accessory after the fact, simple burglary. You received a
That should have been simple robbery, accessory after the fact. Is that the same thing?
Accessory after the fact of simple robbery.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
And then, so in 1980, you were sentenced 3.5 years hard labor. That was suspended, and you received 3 years of supervised probation. Then in Washita Parish, attempted simple burglary, you were sentenced in February 1981 to 3 years and 6 months. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So would you take a moment and tell us how did you get involved in criminal activity? You know, why you're here, and why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms? And then why do you believe we ought to vote favorably today?
Well, when I got convicted of the crimes, I got around the wrong people at the wrong time and ended up doing some crazy things. I was young, and I guess you could say I was dumb. And you know, I'm seeking a pardon because I've been good for the other 40 something years that I've been here. I'm a productive member of the society. I feel like I own my own business and have for 30 something years, and been married to my wonderful wife here for almost 30 years. I don't know how she puts up with me sometimes, but she does. But anyway, I'm just here in hopes that I can get all my rights back because I feel like I deserve them. You know, I've done good. I've never been in trouble again. That was the first time I'd ever been in trouble to begin with. And I promise you, I ain't going back there again.
Well, we'd like to hear now from your wife, whatever she has to say about you. Miss Lisa?
Yes, ma'am. Like you said, we've been married almost 30 years, and he's never been in trouble. He does run his own business. And I mean, he's a productive member of society. Doesn't cause any trouble with anybody. Hasn't been in trouble since.
All right.
I believe he deserves to be pardoned.
Okay. Well, thank you, ma'am. Your case, Mr. Duchan, has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer any questions he may have, please?
Yes,
Good morning, Mr. Edwards. How are you?
I'm good. You?
Good. Could you tell me the part you played in the drugstore robbery?
They said actually the two boys had actually done it. Being I was willing to testify against them in the armed robbery case, they said that they was going to testify saying that I was part of that robbery or part of that burglary. And so I talked with the sheriff in Caldwell Parish, which at the time I was in Caldwell Parish incarcerated. And Mr. Reitzel told me that I should just go ahead and plead guilty to it and get it out, and just that way we could go ahead rather than fight it. And you could just, let it run concurrent with what you got and let bygones be bygones, and, just do the right thing with the rest of your life. And Mr. Hoot Reitzel was a very inspirational man in my life. He helped me in so many ways when I did get incarcerated, because some of it he knew I was railroaded about. And so I wish Mr. Reitzel was alive today. He'd probably tell you the same thing, but unfortunately he's done going to see the good Lord. But that's kind of where we stand with that.
So you're saying you weren't a part of it, the robbery?
I was. They said I was a participant in the armed robbery, but I really was not a participant in the burglary in Wytisha Parish. The other two boys was willing to testify in court and saying that I was part of it, being I was willing to testify against them in Caldwell Parish. And so Mr. Reitzel told me that best thing I could do is just go ahead and plead guilty to it and live with the consequences.
No, well, answer what I'm asking you. Were you a part of it?
Okay.
Were you a part of it or not?
Yes, sir.
You did. You were a part.
On the robbery in Wytisha Parish, no, I was not part of it. But the one in Caldwell Parish, I was part of it.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
Okay, so back to Caldwell. You were just now saying I've got simple robbery. That was an armed robbery?
Yes, ma'am. It was a simple armed robbery.
Simple armed robbery.
I guess that's what they called it.
Or
they may have reduced it in a plea for simple.
Okay. All right. So that was a plea bargain. And you were the accessory after the fact.
Yes, ma'am.
There. So getting back to what Mr. Tillis was talking about, attempted simple burglary, you weren't there at all? Or you
No,
were
ma'am, I was not.
Or you weren't present at all when that happened?
No, ma'am. They was willing to testify in court that I was part of it because that was their revenge to get back at me because I was willing to testify against, but I really was not present, but I did get convicted of it.
Okay, I got you. And then accessory after the fact of the pled down to simple robbery. What's your part in that?
Yes, ma'am. I was there. I was present. I was actually I was actually drunk and passed out in the back seat, but they said I was driving the car and I did not drive the car. We went to a bar in Caldwell Parish and I had drank too much, and I told my so-called friend Bill Wheeler to drive because I didn't need to drive. And I remember hitting the bridge in Caldwell Parish, and I don't even remember coming back across the other side. And the next morning he come in my room and woke me up with a grocery sack with a bunch of cash in it and said, "Hey man, you want your part?" And I said, "My part of what?" And he said, "Well, that little liquor store out there on 165, we robbed it last night." I said, "No, ma'am." I said, "No, sir, I don't want $1 out of that bag." And I never got a penny of it.
And why do you want restoration of firearms?
I'd love to hunt, be able to hunt, fish, and do what I love to do, and as it is, I can only hunt with a bow now, but I'd love to be able to hunt with my guns again.
You have any children, grandchildren?
Yes, ma'am. I have 4 children. I have 3 boys, and I had a daughter. She committed suicide this past August was a year ago. And I had 3 boys. Other than that, I have one by my marriage now, and then I have one that's left from my marriage with my daughter and my son, and then I have another one that I didn't know I had till I found out 4 years later that I had.
Okay, that's my question, sir.
Any other questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Let me read something to you, and this is by probation pro wrote this. It says on
Okay.
page 4, offender statement. It says that you submitted the following statement regarding the account of the offenses. Quotation mark, I was the driver of the car in an armed robbery. In the burglary charge, I watched out for the other 2 guys while they broke in and took the drugs. End of quotation.
Yes,
Now
sir.
that's saying that you admitted to doing both things and being at both places. What am I missing here?
Well, on admitting to the one in Wytisha Parish is kind of what Mr. Rachel told me to do. Just go ahead and, confess to what they was willing to testify that I'd done. And then I could get sentenced. He doesn't apparently talk to somebody, and I could get my sentence from there and get it run concurrent with the one in Caldwell Parish. And the one in Caldwell Parish, yes, I did state that I was the driver of the car because I was threatened by them to say that they was going to say that I've done that ugly burglary, which I didn't do. So I just confessed to the armed robbery in Caldwell Parish, and then let the other one run concurrent. And that's where we stood with it. I mean, I did what I did in the Caldwell Parish one, but I really didn't do the Wytisha Parish one, even though I admitted to it.
Just one of them situations puts us in a bind because you're either lying then or lying now. We run into domestic situations like that quite often.
Yes, sir.
And so
I really don't know what else to tell you. I promise you, I swear to God, I am not lying to you now. I'm telling you the full truth with all my heart. I did what Mr. Rachel told me to do on the Wytisha Parish one, and then I did what I was kind of quoted by Mr. Hank Bowles, which was the investigating officer of the armed robbery. And he said,
excuse me, what kind of drugs were y'all doing back then?
a little bit of everything, really.
Because that's what, the only reason you break into a pharmacy is if you want to go in there and get you something to get you high or low or to get something to sell. What were y'all going after in the drugstore?
I don't know what they went after. I mean, I wasn't there. So, I mean, I did do some of the drugs that they had, after the fact. But like I said, when we got down to it in Caldwell Parish, where I was going to testify against Mr. Wheeler and Mr. Glasscock, they said that if I testified against them, they would implicate me in the robbery in Wytisha Parish. And so in that making, Mr. Rachel come to me and he said, what else do we have, Eddie? And I told him, I said, Hoot, I got his name was Hoot Rachel. I said, Hoot. I said, I don't know what to tell you. I said, I don't have nothing else. And he said, well, let's just go. He said, I'm going to talk to the judge. We'll go from there. And then he come back to me and he said, look, here's what you need to do. And he explained it to me. And I did what he told me to do. And that's why I confessed to the one in Wytisha Parish.
So you could have been just as easily charged and been guilty of accessory after the fact to the burglary of the pharmacy because you had drugs and you knew drugs came out of the pharmacy on a burglary.
Yes, sir. I did. I could have been guilty of accessory after the fact.
So you were guilty. That it wasn't like you just didn't have any part of that. You enjoyed the proceeds of that, knowing where it came.
I did do some of the drugs. Yes, sir.
See, it's hard to make a decision like this, because I was all set to where 40 years, I said, that's a long time, and he's done all that, but all this other kind of complicates it. And it, I don't know, that's all I got.
Okay. Any other questions? I don't see any other questions. So I think we're prepared to vote.
Yes.
Mr. Tillis,
My vote is to deny.
Mrs. Stapleton,
My vote is to deny, unfortunately, based upon the information that just came to light.
Mr. Prater,
Deny.
and Mr. Freeman.
Grant, it's been over 40 years. I kind of understand what went down since I'm in the justice system. A sheriff officer said, take the charge so you can get a plea guard and get it run concurrent. But the bottom
Yes,
line
sir.
is you last 40 years, so my vote is to grant.
Yes, sir.
With or without?
Without.
All right, Mr. Eddie, my vote today, would also be to grant pardon without restoration of firearms because you acted on the, although you were guilty. Even though you say you wasn't guilty, you wasn't there. Sheriff Prater brought out that you really had something to do with the pharmacy episode. But it has been 40 years. You'd had no other criminal activity since then. So that would be my recommendation. However, it requires 4 like votes for you to get a favorable action today. You've got 3 votes to deny, 2 votes to grant. So the outcome of today's proceeding is that your application for clemency today has been denied, sir.
So what do I do from here? Can I reapply or do I
Yeah,
just
you
live
can
with it?
reapply. We'll send you information on how and when you can do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Flan, you're still on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me now?
We can.
All right.
Would you introduce yourself? I can't hardly see you, y'all camouflaged up.
Oh yeah. That's part of what I like to do.
Yeah. So would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number. I mean, your current mailing address. I apologize.
My name is Napoleon John Flan. My mailing address is 118 Sunflower Drive, Garland, Texas, 75041.
All right, and you can see who we are, sir, with our name tags. Let me just read some identifying information into the record, and then we'll take a moment for you to tell us why you submitted your application.
Okay.
So, Mr. Flan, your DOC number is 346272. You are requesting a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in the 22nd Judicial District in Louisiana and Washington Parish, September 1994, 2 counts distribution of cocaine. You received a 5-year sentence that was suspended. You were placed on 5 years probation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Tell us how you, how and why you were involved in criminal activity, why you submitted your application for a pardon with restoration of firearms, why you think we ought to vote for you today.
Okay. Back then, I was with friends, and that's kind of what they was doing, and it was easy for me, got persuaded into doing that type of activity. So I did own up to it, and I did get the probation, and then I left the state without doing the transfer. And that's how I ended up doing 2.5 years in DOC. And ever since then, after I got released in 2001, January or February 2001, and I moved back to Minnesota and been up there ever since 2018. I moved down here December 2018. Where I resided with my family. I moved back closer down to Louisiana to get back closer to my side of the family. And my kids came with, so I done raised 2 kids. And my son, he's in the service in Fort Killeen, which is Fort Cadavers now. And my daughter, I'm raising my daughter singly this year, her last year of school. High school, and then she got accepted to TWU University. So proud of that. So and that's why I got the reason why I'm here is I'm in Texas now, and I can do more. I could do hunting and stuff with my brother. I have a brother over here, and he's a retired serviceman, and they like to go hunting down in Austin. Austin and Killeen and stuff, and just kind of getting back to my roots. I would like to get back to my roots with the firearm and everything, hunting.
Okay. All right. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his questions, please?
I'm gonna take this case.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did make an apologize.
Mr. Flan, first off, now you concern me. Why you got all that camouflage on? You haven't been hunting?
Oh, no, I haven't been hunting. I work in this here. It's just the shirt and my hat. Now my pants not.
Okay.
I think I see a gun in the back seat.
Yeah.
No, hey.
He looked.
No, hey, this is my hard hat. This is my work helmet. Look like a bike.
Okay, where are you working now, Mr. Flan?
I work for a cement company. I drive as cement truck. I have my CDLs. That's another thing. In 2018, I also got my CDLs, and that's another thing with this here because, I was over the road. So it kind of limited what I can carry. And I don't want to be into, you can't carry this and stuff first job wise. And like I said, with my daughter graduating this year, she's going off to college in the fall. So I want to kind of get my own trucking and do my own. So I won't have to be here like every day now because I have to pick her up and everything. So yeah, I want to change. And then when I did, I had lost my job at the first. Well, I didn't lose it, but the company bought us out. That who I was with, they ran it for 8 months, and then they let all the drivers go because they never owned cement drivers, trucks. So I want to just kind of be able to get into my own work.
I got you, bud. Okay. So did you use drugs or did you just sell? You had distribution, 2 counts.
No, I just so no, never did drugs. Don't drink. I have a drink on occasion, like family function or something like that, but never, nothing like that. Plus my health is another issue. I don't drink.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions.
All right. Any other questions?
All right.
All right, Mr. Flan, I don't see any other questions, so I think we are prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Flan, what are you, 56 now? I think is your age?
Yes, sir.
56 years old. It happened back in 1999, and really and truly, beside non-support, which you're raising your kids now, you don't have nothing else on your record, just the extra back and that. So my vote today would be to grant with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur to vote with, to grant with restoration of firearm.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur to vote with, grant with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Prater?
I concur, same thing, grant, restoration of power.
And I do concur with my colleagues. It's been a couple of decades since all this happened. My vote is also to make the recommendation of pardon with restoration of firearms. So we'll make that recommendation to the governor on your behalf. Good luck to you, sir.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir.
Have a good one.
Right, good afternoon. Mr. Albritton, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and what's your current mailing address?
My name is Brenton Lee Albritton. I live at 432 Beagle Club Road in Farmerville, Louisiana.
Okay. And I'll dispense with the introductions. You can see our name tag so you know who we are.
Yes,
Let me
ma'am.
just read some identifying information into the record before we begin. So, Mr. Albritton, you're here this morning. Well, your DOC number of record is 766-236. You're here seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You have a conviction in the 3rd Judicial District, Union Parish, and it was disturbing the peace, a misdemeanor. You were sentenced to time served, and I think that was 2017.
Yes, ma'am.
So tell us, why are you here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms on a misdemeanor conviction?
Because whenever it first occurred, it was going through a divorce. My wife had made accusations of domestic abuse. And with any accusations of domestic abuse, it gets reported to the FBI. Even though I didn't know this, we went through the trial, everything went down to disturbing the peace. I had it expunged twice. The judge told me, he said, "Why are you back here again?" And I was like, "Well, it's still on my security clearance for the military, and I still can't buy firearms." He went through the process again, did another expungement. I tried again. And then it came back and it's still saying, I had an officer and a deputy in Sterlington told me, he said, because of that accusation, the only way to get this, taken off of my security clearance and to be able to purchase firearms would be to go have a governor's pardon.
All right. So why do you think we ought to vote favorably for you today?
So since then, I've deployed twice. I'm set to deploy again to Kosovo in September. It makes it really hard to go in and out of customs. It's very embarrassing whenever I have to come down and I have to talk to my, my brigade commander and tell them, and then, my security clearances are now they do them every 5 years now instead of every 10 because this is on there. Another thing is I'm an avid sportsman. I live up here in Farmerville. I have 150 acres and I love to hunt. I would like to be able to go hunting again. I have a grandson, a brand new grandson. He is 6 months old. I want to be able to take him hunting. And I also have 3 other grandchildren that don't understand. It's like, you're in the military. Why can't you take us hunting?
All right. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his questions, please?
Okay, Mr. Albert, now, how long have you been married this time? How long?
My wife is in the room here. I didn't know if that's okay, but she's here in the room with me. We've been married 4 years now.
4 years, okay. And you say, how long have you been in the military?
18 years as of November the 2nd.
I congratulate you on that and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And you're what, an EMT or what? I know you're a registered nurse,
I'm
correct?
A nurse practitioner.
Okay, so you're a nurse practitioner, almost, okay. And I could see where it would affect because if you have anything with domestic violence, they're not gonna allow you to vote on firearm. I just want to state for the record, because I read it, domestic violence makes us very, very nervous, as you can understand. Do you have any contact with your ex-wife?
Yes. Since then, I have repurchased a truck and my boat back from her.
Okay.
And she is friends with my new wife on Facebook.
Did she give you a good deal on the truck?
Well, it wasn't a bad deal. It was a pretty good deal. It was, I think we paid $1,700 for it. It was in a little rough shape, bought it back and then fixed it up and give it to my son.
All right. So, and I do want to state that there is opposition to this. I think there was both law enforcement opposition and victim opposition. So I really have no further questions. Like I said, I just wanted to state that she claimed that was the only time it ever happened. Was this one time with her and her daughter. And it
Yes,
wasn't
sir,
a bad offense. I mean, she did have a knot on her head and everything else.
It was really comes back down to not communication. You know, in a marriage, I've learned that it takes a lot more communication. Something comes up or whatever, you have to be able to discuss it. You have to be able to talk it. You can't tuck it and hide it. And it had built up, and she had come in one day and she was really upset. She kind of got on me, and I kind of tried my best to kind of defend myself. The problem came into, I was a reserve deputy for the Union Parish Sheriff's Department. And whenever the officer came out, he goes, "We can't do anything with this. We're going to have to get the state troopers to investigate this. So they're going to have to be able to do it. So you'll have to get in touch with them on Monday." And I was like, "Okay, sir." This was a Friday afternoon. Saturday, she went and talked to the domestic abuse office and had the accusations of domestic abuse pressed before I could have ever done anything else. The arresting officer that told me, he goes, "Brent," he said, "if I would have just said, do you want to go to jail? Do you want her to go to jail? Either both of y'all go to jail or kiss and make up." But I would not go back. I would not go back, and I would rather do this than go back and then have missed the opportunity to have the wife that I have now.
Okay, but you do admit it did happen, though, correct? I mean,
Yes.
You're not trying to say, okay, we don't like victim blame. Okay, I have no further questions.
Ms. Stapleton?
Well, it says here that there was pictures taken on 2017 and that Leslie had bruises on her left bicep. And like you said, you know, a knot on her head, and there was swelling on the left cheek of Jamie and a contusion on the left side of her forehead. So it wasn't just a lack of communication, because it seemed like that was physical communication.
No, that led up to the tension that led up to that.
Yeah, right. Well, that's usually what happens.
Right.
So
Yes.
there was a domestic violence situation physically. I guess your stepdaughter and your wife at the time.
Yes, they
Okay.
came in
And she did say it was the only time. Now, I'm not disputing that. And then, you know, and so I know now that you're married again and stuff like that, but don't minimize that it didn't happen, that it was just, you know, tensions, because it was more than that, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and let's see, I think I had a question. Okay, so I read that you thought you might get dishonorably discharged because you can't carry a gun.
Right.
Now,
That was
15 years in the National Guard, would that happen?
that was my first concern. But after everything was all expunged, whenever we went back and I had witnesses to come and testify, she dropped everything and had it down to domestic abuse. And with that, and having that expunged off my record, it kept me from being a dishonorable discharge.
Okay, so that's not on the playbook anymore. That's not an
There's
issue.
there's nothing on my record. I just want to be able to clear my record for the military and to be able to take my grandkids hunting. But there, yeah, as far as my record, there's nothing on my record.
Okay. All right, I don't see any other questions. I'm sorry, I didn't ask your wife if she would like to say anything on your behalf. So if so, just please state your name for the record and tell us what you'd like us to know.
My name is Amber Albritton. You know, we started dating in the first of 2019. He's been a great dad to my 3 children and to our grandkids. I mean, he goes way beyond being a good dad. but he really would like to be able to take, especially Mason. Mason is 12. He has started hunting, but he can't go hunting with Brent. And he asks all the time why he can't go hunting with Brent. And, you know, just like this year, I broke my arm, so I wasn't able to take him hunting. He'd just like to be able to do those things around the house and, you know, just the normal Southern things that he would really like to do. And like Grant said, I am friends with Leslie on a couple of social media platforms. We have spoken. She's an animal rescuer. I have ducks and chickens, and she's actually sent people to me who had ducks that had injuries or problems that needed, you know, help saving. So I just would like for him to be able to, you know, do those normal things again. We've never had any issues whatsoever, not even yelling fights or anything like that. So, I mean, it's hard for me to imagine it. I know it happened, but it is hard for me to imagine because I've just never seen that side of him. He's just, in my eyes, he's just a really great husband and dad and grandpa.
All right, well, thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your remarks. I think that concludes our interview, so we are prepared to, we're prepared to vote.
Okay. All right, Mr. Britton, and I'm gonna tell you now, I'm not gonna diminish what you did at all. This board very much frowns on domestic abuse. It leads to a lot of murders and a lot of other things. But in your case, you know, I really feel that, you know, you're serving our country, you're doing a good job. Your wife now, y'all doing well. So I'm gonna recommend to the governor that we grant you pardon with restorations of firearms.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Tillis,
I concur to grant with restorations of firearm.
Ms. Stapleton.
And I do too, based upon the statement from Leslie. She said y'all were married 17 years. That was a one-time situation between the two of y'all. So, and she had no reason to lie against you or in your favor. So, you know, I grant with restoration of firearms.
And I too concur, Mr. Albritton. My vote is the same for the same reasons. So we will make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank y'all.
All right, and Mr. Brusett, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Would you introduce yourself, tell us your name and current mailing address, please?
My name is Keith Brusett, and my current mailing address is 17127 South Ivy Circle, Houston, Texas, 77084.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Brusett, let me read some identifying information into the record. You're here today seeking, your DOC number rather is 332979. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You have convictions both in the 19th Judicial District, East Baton Rouge, also the 17th Judicial District, Lafourche Parish. So in Lafourche Parish, you were convicted distribution of marijuana. You received in November of 1993 deferred sentence. It was 3 years active supervised probation. However, that was revoked. You received a 7-year hard labor sentence. We have East Baton Rouge Parish, conspiracy to possession with intent to distribute marijuana. That was sentencing was May 1996. You received 7 years hard labor sentence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Brusett, before we begin our interview process, please tell us, how are you involved in criminal activity? Why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms? And why should we vote favorably today?
Okay, the first question you said, talk about why I was involved.
Yes, in criminal activity.
Just following the wrong crowd. You know, running with the wrong crowd, doing the wrong things. Just young, not thinking, not seizing the opportunities that I had coming up as a teenager, going into becoming a young man, and made a lot of wrong decisions in my life as a kid, as a younger adult. And
so why did you submit your application? Why do you think you need a pardon with restoration of firearms?
Well, I just want, after these years, I've turned my life around. I have 4 beautiful kids that I'm mentoring. I got 2 sons that I mentor, also leading them to be young gentlemen and young productive citizens. In today's, you know, the reason why I asked for this firearm, just for protection of the home. We have a lot of criminal activity these days with people want to do home invasions and things like that, just to protect my family. That's the only reason why I asked for the with firearms. I have gone on to further my education, and now I'm a licensed nursing home administrator in the state of Texas, and I take care of the elderly and people that cannot do for themselves, and just trying to set examples for my children so they wouldn't follow make wrong decisions as I did as a young adult coming up when I was coming out of my teenage years. I'm trying to make sure they make great decisions, not around people that are not doing anything. Just trying to make sure they don't make the bad choices I made in life.
All right, thank you, sir. Your case this afternoon has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his questions?
Good afternoon. How are you today?
Doing well, sir.
When this crime was committed, were you using drugs or selling drugs?
I was using marijuana, sir.
Marijuana, that was the only thing you were using?
Yes, sir.
Were you also selling them or what?
Yes, sir.
Selling them too?
Yes. Yes, sir. I had a lot of friends that smoked, and I started smoking late in life, and which I should have never done. Had a couple of bad football injuries at the college level. Blew my knees out. So I kind of resorted to it to help ease my pain, and just a bunch of bad decisions on my part. So I'm no longer using marijuana. Just doing my best to set the best example to my children, so they don't follow in my footsteps.
I understand. Did you take any counseling?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I completed, but the Narcotic Anonymous. I did I did the drinking, the AA Anonymous. I did the impact program that was offered by the Department of Corrections, and I excelled in that program. I completed it in a very short period of time, within like 3 months. All right. But my class was pushed back. I had another guy that also completed it early with me, but we were pushed back due to that they was trying to get some other recruits to graduate out of the program. And so I did an extra month, and I completed it. Once I got out, I completed my house arrest with no problems. I got out that October. I enrolled back at Southern University in the spring, and I stayed on the dean list until I graduated, which was May 1999. I went back, did my dietetic internship in 2000, from 99 to 2000. Once I finished my dietetic internship, I worked with the East Baton Rouge School Parish for almost a year. Ended up leaving the school system. I was working with the school food service. I left the school food service, and I went with contract management and different hospitals. I did the food and nutrition component. I moved to Houston back in 2005. Yeah, spring 2005. And when I moved to Houston, I went into long-term care in food and nutrition. After about 25 years in the kitchen, I did decide to go back to school and get my master's degree in long-term care. Where it was Master's of Healthcare Administration with an emphasis in long-term care. I was able to get my license, and I've been practicing as a nursing home facility, a nursing home administrator since.
Thank you so much. It seems like you've been doing well. I have no more questions.
Any other questions?
No.
I don't have any questions. I think you've excelled.
Yes,
I
you've
think
done
that
very well.
the impact program was designed for people like you, and I'm so glad to see that was successful for you. I want you to know that in our record, we have the district attorney, at least in East Baton Rouge Parish, is unopposed to your application, which is we don't see that often, so that's something. I think we are prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis will be voting
My
first.
vote is to grant with restoration of firearms.
Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote is to grant with restoration of firearms, and you also had the unopposition of the EBR Sheriff's Office too. So,
Mr. Freeman?
My vote is to grant with restoration of firearm because of your cleansing period, and I don't think you're a threat to public safety at all.
And I concur with my colleagues. My recommendation also is the pardon with restoration of firearms. So we're going to make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank y'all.
All right, Mr. Ray, good afternoon. Are you still, did you figure out how to unmute it?
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you. Mr. Ray, please introduce yourself. Tell us your name and your current mailing address, please, sir.
My name is Brandon Ray. My current mailing address is 129 Wild Cherry Lane in Lafayette, Louisiana.
And your zip?
70508.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Ray, you're here this afternoon because you've submitted an application for a pardon with restoration of firearms. You have a DOC number, which is 604472. You have you were sentenced in the 21st Judicial District, Livingston Parish, in November of 2012 in possession of oxycodone. You received a 3-year hard labor sentence that was suspended, and you received 3 years of probation. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Ray, would you take a moment before we start our interview and tell us why you were involved in criminal activity? Why do you need a pardon with restoration of firearms, and why should we vote favorably today?
Okay. The statement I want y'all to know is I know everything that has happened in my life is directly my fault. But at the time, I was involved with a young lady I had a kid with. We were not married. And I wasn't into drugs at that time. I hurt my back. I got put on prescription. I tried to get off, and then, I got caught up with her in a situation. It was totally out of my character. I'm not like this. I have lived every day since then to try to be a better person and make the people in my life have a better life also. I'm married. I have 6 kids. I have 4 stepkids that I raise as my own, and I have for the last 8 years. I have 2 toddlers. And I'm not involved in anything like this. I attend church regularly. And I just want to be able to put this totally behind me. I've done a lot of work for the government through FEMA, but I can only get a level 2 security clearance, so I can't work my way up in FEMA either. And that's probably the main reason for this is I'd like to be able to work my way up in my career, whether I stay in construction or whether I go back to public assistance in the disaster field. Like I said, it was at the time I was just caught up in a bad situation, and I was always told you are the company you keep, and that was true, and I figured that out the hard way. But I put that behind me, and like I said, ever since then, I've stayed away from anything like that. I don't even hardly take prescription drugs. I have a wonderful wife who supports me. She knows everything. And like I said, I've raised 4 stepkids. The oldest is about to graduate. And I got 2 toddlers behind those. So we have teenagers and toddlers that I'm chasing around these days.
You're busy. Okay, thank you, sir. I think your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. You were talking, and when you asked a question about the details of the account of defense, you said, I was with the mother of my child. She had a stolen prescription pad from work. A prescription was filled, and then we were arrested with contents of the prescription. But then, so was there only in this crime one prescription pad ever stolen from this doctor?
Yeah, I believe she just stole 1.
Okay, so she just stole 1, but as I read, you were the one in pain. And you were the one that seemed to need the pain medication and you couldn't get it. So was she doing this for you?
No, ma'am. Okay, so at the time of this, I had just recovered. Well, I wasn't recovered. I still had a broken leg.
Right.
It was a tibia plateau fracture. I was in a lot of pain. She came home from work. It's my fault, but she manipulated me into believing that the doctor she was working for did her a favor. When we were arrested and I found out the truth, I realized that she had stolen that and brought me into this. And I know it's my fault though. I'm not putting the blame on her. I should have not been in that situation to begin with. Yes, I do have a child with her, but since then she has passed away. Not the child, the mother. The child is with its maternal grandparents. They make it very hard for me to see her. She'll be 15 in February. And this is just it's something that still haunts me. And I've never been involved in anything like this before that. I've never been involved since then. I will never be involved in anything like this again.
So did you fill out any of the prescriptions or just her?
No, ma'am. She did. Like I
She
said,
did.
I did not know she had a pad until we were arrested.
And she just brought home the pills and said, here, I've got some hydrocodone pills. Is that what it was?
Yes, ma'am. She came home and I had noticed that she had been getting home different times. She came home. She said, hi, my doctor knows your situation. She wrote you this. So I walked it in the pharmacy thinking everything was okay. The pharmacist that day was not there. He had substitute. He filled it. It was taking a lot longer than normal. At then I thought maybe this is not legit. I walked back out there. I asked her the situation. What did you do? Because it was very fishy in there. And at that time, the police swarmed us. And I knew what had happened then. I knew she had obtained that illegally. And the only thing that we had on us was what I went to the pharmacy and got. And there was nothing else in my vehicle. I had never filled anything else like that before then. And I'm not putting the blame on her, it's me, but I should have done my research and I should have known that a doctor that's never going to see you is not going to write you that kind of pain medicine.
I understand. Okay, so I see that that you got an ICOTS to the state of I think I saw Missouri, to a different state. Is it Missouri? Yes, is that correct? And that was in 2012. You got transferred to there. And you were issued a discharge from supervision letter in 2013. And then in 2020, the court granted a motion to set aside the conviction. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So I moved to Missouri when I was released from jail. I had a mother that wasn't doing good. I moved up there. I had a job. I had to take care of my mother. When my mother finally had to go to assisted living, it's when I moved back to Louisiana. And I moved to Lafayette to get away from anything and anybody that I had been associated with in my past.
Okay, and so and then like I heard previously, you need this for as being a FEMA contractor, Homeland Security badge, that it'll help you with your career in that direction. Is that correct? Security clearances?
Yes, ma'am. And then, like I said, I have a 4-year-old son who, when you ask him what he wants for Christmas, he says a Power Ranger gun. And I would like to be able to buy that young man a gun someday when he gets of age.
And you've never been arrested or anything since this time?
No, ma'am.
Okay, that's all questions.
All right. Any other questions?
Have you had any drug treatment?
Well, to me, 10 days in jail was the only drug treatment I needed. it scared me straight. When I moved back up to Missouri, I used this opportunity to teach the youth up there. I was attending a church up there. I took those youth on a couple of trips, and I told them, watch the company you keep. You are the company you keep. Uh, I wasn't the typical addict. I was in a lot of pain at the time, and I didn't use common sense and good judgment. But I have not touched an illegal drug or illegal. Like when I go to the doctor and they try to write me a prescription right now, I tell them, no, I don't want, no, I don't want to go down that road and get hooked on anything.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
All right, I don't see any other questions. Mr. Ray, I think we're prepared to vote. Mrs. Stapleton?
Okay, Mr. Ray, it was 12 years ago this happened. Do I have my math right on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 12 years ago that this happened. There's been no other problems with law enforcement since that time. So I have no, how old is this son that wants to go hunting? How old is this child?
Okay, I have a 15-year-old. He will be 16 next month. He's begging me to take him hunting, and then I have a 3-year-old who's gonna be 4 in February, and he's already obsessed with guns. And it just kills me that I'm not gonna be able to buy him a gun in my current situation when he turns of age.
Okay, well, because this didn't involve a firearm, this crime, I'm going to recommend a pardon with restoration of firearms for hunting.
Mr. Freeman?
You're doing very well, and Mr. Ray, and I'm glad you're taking care of your children. You've been a good member of society since this time. You had a limited criminal history. My vote is the same as Ms. Stapleton, restoration of firearms with a pardon. That's my recommendation.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur.
And Mr. Ray, I also agree. There's no expressed opposition in the record. The offense did not involve a firearm, so my vote is also make the recommendation for a pardon with restoration of firearms. So we'll make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor. Good luck.
Thank y'all.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are y'all?
Good. Thanks for asking. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Why don't you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Damon Delcom, formerly known as Damon Benoit. I'm married now. And my mailing address is 13110 Cypress Swamp Drive in Geismar, Louisiana, 70734.
All right, thank you. And I realize that your name has changed, but for our purposes, we're going to still stick with Benoit, okay? Just for
Yes,
the
ma'am.
purpose of this hearing. So let me just read some identifying information into the record. Your DOC number's 624285. You're here this afternoon seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in April 2014 in Lafourche Parish for aggravated criminal damage to property and assault by drive-by shooting. You received a 1 year and 6 month DOC sentence on both counts to run concurrently. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Before we start our interview process, take a moment and tell us, how did you get involved in criminal activity? Why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms? And then why do you think we ought to vote for you?
Yes, ma'am. So the incident occurred when my friend had actually texted me. She asked me if I would go have dinner with her. So we ended up going to a restaurant. After she ate, she said she had to go bring her friend some food and then she would take me home. Well, when we ended up at her guy friend's house, which is the other two co-defendants, I was sitting on the sofa, I was playing on my phone, and she had got up, and I really don't remember if she went to go use the bathroom or what she went to do. Well, she ended up coming out with a firearm. And I was texting a guy on my phone, and she asked me who I was texting, and I said, and then she was like, let's go shoot up such and such's house. And I was like, you're not gonna do that. And so the guy was like, let's go. So she got in the driver's seat, he got in the passenger seat, I got in the rear. And we ended up going by the guy's house. She said, where does he live? I said, he lives right there. And then the guy in the passenger seat ended up shooting, and then we left. And after that happened, I told my sister what happened. The police came knocking on the door at my grandmother's house. I lived with my grandmother. I was 17. And then I told them what happened, and then we were all three arrested and charged with the same offense. But since then, I'm 29 years old now. That actually happened in 2012. So it's been 12 years since that happened. I graduated from Nichols with a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I have a minor's in sociology. I worked as a paralegal for the past 6 years, and I actually recently resigned. I started a catering company. My goal is to be able to go to law school and help kids that aren't really in this right path. And I don't think I was a bad kid. I was a good kid. I was just around the wrong people at the wrong time. I was scared. I did not touch a gun. I've never touched a gun in my life. I've never done drugs. I don't have any addiction. I have 3 children. We live in Ascension. We go to the best schools. We go to church. I teach my sons the right way to live by the Bible. And I just really want to get the pardon. That way I could, live the dream of being an attorney and helping the children who kind of don't have parents and really just need someone to be there to say, you know what, I want to make such and such proud. If I'm with these people, or if I'm in this situation, such and such won't be proud of me. I want to be that person for young kids growing up.
Okay. All right. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer any questions he may have?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
All right. Did it ever occur to you or you thought they were not going to shoot, or you just thought it was a gang or something?
That's correct. Like I said, I was 17 years old. I didn't think anyone would shoot a gun like that. I mean, in a neighborhood, at a residence. And honestly, I don't think the girl who was driving, I don't think she thought that was actually going to happen either. I just think he might have been under pressure, like trying to impress the girl who was driving, and shot. I really don't think it was meant to happen.
I have no more questions.
Well, I'm confused. I'm reading the report here on 12/20, and it advised that Damon Benoit
Yes, ma'am.
was responsible for the shooting at 138 Primrose Drive. Detectives then made contact with Damon Benoit and asked her if she had any knowledge of the shooting on Primrose Drive. Damon Benoit told detective that Trey Dewey was her ex-boyfriend, and she was upset that they had broke up. Damon Benoit said that she told Jesse Andre and Dominique Green about the breakup, and they decided to do a drive-by and shoot up Trey Dewey's residence. And then to move on with that, he wasn't there, but his parents was there. And there was gunfire. And it was all a jealousy situation or an anger situation. You were very much involved.
Yes, ma'am. I was involved. I showed them the house that he lived. And like I said, I was texting him, but we were never in a relationship. She did not like him. He was not the nicest to me, but I'm not saying I wasn't involved. I showed them actually where he lived. I just did not think anyone would actually shoot a gun. Like I said, I was only 17 years old. I'm 29 now. I've never been in any other trouble, any other discrepancy. And to be honest with you, the guy who actually you're referring to, I've actually visited him in rehab and trying to help him get off of his drug addiction. We became friends. There's probably even jail calls where he acknowledges that he knows I wouldn't do anything like that intentionally.
Got charged, as we've already read, with assault by drive-by shooting and aggravated criminal damage to property.
Yes,
but you
ma'am.
still owned the house and you knew there was a gun, right?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Showed them the house.
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew there was a gun,
Yes, ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's my own questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? I don't see any other questions, Damon, so I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to deny because of the decisions of the opposition of the sheriff, DA, and others.
Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote, I concur with Mr. Tillis.
Mr. Prater?
I concur.
Mr. Freeman?
And I concur.
All right, so Ms. Damon, you've received 4 votes to deny your application based on the opposition by law enforcement. I do concur based on the fact that there was a firearm involved. My vote also is to deny. So today, your application for a pardon with restoration of firearms has been denied. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our business today. We had one other case on our docket. That was Elizabeth Zachary. She did not check in this morning, nor have we been able to reach her, so we are removing her from our docket today. So we are going to adjourn. It is 1:15 p.m.